叫万人叫。 Um,
Hello there.
Greetings.
Hi.
hello.
How's it going?
I'll give.
Welcome, everyone. Once again to the liberation of Saint Cardias Rest.
Dun dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun,
Dun dun.
We will be doing downtime and meeting the new squad.
So
Yeah.
downtime means we're gonna have a group nap and cuddle puddle for an hour and a half, right?
Definitely,
Who the
like, they
fuck
gave
wants
us...
to cuddle with Agiltron?
No.
fuck?
I mean, yes, in game, but also just IRL. This is how we roleplay downtime, right?
Yeah.
Alright, it's gonna take me like 24 hours at minimum if I'm gonna if I'm either gonna
Team
drive or take the
building
train.
exercise.
Oh, Jesus. You guys are kind of far away, so
Look, the only one that's really going to be an issue is getting Hugh over here, okay? He's got to get across the pond.
well,
We're
it depends
working.
on if he's. I mean, if he has no problems about flying, then that's a lot easier.
I don't mind flying, I just don't have much money.
Is this when we start a GoFundMe to bring Q over so he can DM for us IRL, like
No.
in person?
No, anyway. This is the conversation had offline, but yes.
So,
This is
continuing
when you tell Avery, hey, we want to do this. This is the time. This is the flight number. Can you bankroll it? And the answer is yes.
Hey Avery, can you pay
Yes.
shipping on my boyfriend?
Bruh.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about that offline.
When we last left off, you guys had returned to your current base and been debriefed by the commander. Had a brief company meeting where he laid out the rules of your tenure here for the next 7 cycles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit, yeah, we got a good bit of time.
And yeah, Flux and Ribbon had been informed that you will be receiving new recruits in about 7 hours from when you arrived.
Oh, question.
Yeah,
Last session, did we receive XP?
5.
5, thank you.
But yeah,
You'll remember
You
to give
did.
us XP? Couldn't be true.
I think he posted it after the game.
I asked him in private.
yeah, I
Uh,
forgot. But yeah, you had some downtime. Some of the squad getting patched up in the Medicae. The rest of you doing various bits and pieces. And we return on the 7th hour. As a collection of... Well, we'll start with, what are you guys doing at this point? Nualia had been praying with the Sororitas. Agrotrom and Ribbon had been chilling out in the barracks.
I was like
Look,
bullshitting with
mess hall.
Figured
Right.
Nualia probably came back after the prayers. And she's probably been sleeping. Because we've been awake for a long time now.
After eating, Flux would have been heading to the Medicae and use the comm to call 1 or 2 people from the squad to pick up my box.
Come here.
Yeah, so the squad can grab the crates, return them to the barracks, while you head to the Medicae.
This dog is very angry.
We've already discussed what you wanted from the Medicae, and I would say that they would be eager to assist, though they would not be able to perform the surgery today.
Okay.
Their
That's-
quota is a bit full at the moment.
That is entirely doable. As long as we can get that done before we head out.
You'll definitely be able to get it done before you leave.
Excellent.
Are you getting mechadendrons?
I mean,
What I'm hearing is not a no, and I'm
yeah,
really confused.
there's a yes in there, and
Yeah,
Alex, you're very quiet.
sleep.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I'm scrounging
Paperwork
around
is
for
done.
booze somewhere.
Committing is done.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you are all present when there is a knock on the door.
actually, I do
Your
have
barracks.
I do have a question for Alex. Did you actually end up foisting paperwork off on Nualia, or did you actually go and do it yourself?
You pushed it off to Lanewald and stuff.
No. Lisa and Lanewald now have their own paperwork to do.
Hmm.
I mean, I take it I haven't turned in paperwork yet.
One assumes either you haven't or you have delivered it to the HQ. Either way, doesn't strictly matter.
Flux is equally as bad with time as they are with authority, unless it's going to murder them. And thus the paperwork has not been done or turned in.
Oh,
Because that is a future me problem.
that tracks.
Fair enough.
Oh, for anyone that's familiar with Marvel stuff,
Mm.
last night Knuda and I realized that Flux is basically a ripoff of Rocket.
Yep.
Oh, the raccoon, yeah.
Yep.
Hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
do
okay.
Marvel, but I know about it through osmosis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, we got to see Guardians of the Galaxy, and yeah, we absolutely collectively realized, like, you're just a raccoon.
I'm just the raccoon.
Oh yeah, there's a sharp rap at the barracks door.
I'll go open it. Why not? Yeah, no, Ruben sees Arrowtron start to move and just immediately bolts up and goes and opens the door.
All right, it's time for a Salmon Max skit. I'm running for it.
Yeah, I think
Oh, okay, we're doing that, okay.
Nualia I think definitely wouldn't be at the door, but would probably be in the process of, like, putting on her power armor, because she would have tried to wake up before the training.
Where is...
Would Flux even hear it from their area?
Probably not.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure agility? Strength?
I was gonna
Do we roll initiative?
test athletics to see who's faster.
That's why I was thinking, like, initiative. Which one of us is faster?
Athletics would be who is faster in a race. Initiative would be who is faster to react.
Yeah, I feel like this is a race situation because we're
That's fine.
racing to the door.
I can be okay with that. Alright, so just straight strength?
Athletics, the skill.
Oh, yes, athletics the skill. Alright. Sweet. I totally have points in that.
I have a few.
Yeah, I figured, considering you throw on an axe and shit.
Yeah.
If Roll20 wants to actually cooperate, that would be cool.
Yeah, you need to reset the API queue.
Oh, okay.
Just the way you said that.
Yeah, that was something there, Mason.
All right, we gotta teach. Okay, this settles it. We have to teach Mason uwu speech.
Absolutely fucking not.
All right, Mason,
It's
settle
like something
in.
that has to be taught, or do you just feel it in your soul?
Yeah, I feel like
Both?
probably.
I hear the words, and then I literally feel my soul light on fire.
Excellent. So you feel it in your soul then?
So hey guys, this was totally
As
worth
in,
it. Our
as in it's
bullshit
burning
rolls.
and losing mass.
Yes, you've gotten the
I
right.
will-
You've gotten the
Killing me.
right feeling.
I will
So-
say though, if we were to do Uwu Speak, he would just quit the game
That's,
in its entirety. He would
I-
never come back.
I would be with him.
I will say, I have a policy of not allowing you to gain glory from opposed roles between
Okay,
players because
fine.
you can abuse the shit out of that.
yeah, I just realized that
that's
that might
fair.
be an issue here. So
But
Okay,
yeah,
that's okay.
Agratrom is faster.
Oh, yeah.
Getting to the door a couple of feet ahead of you, Riven.
of course.
And you swing it open to reveal a about average height, fairly heavy set man with fairly dark ebony skin, buzz cut hair, brown eyes, wearing the uniform of the Tauros Igni and a lance corporal stripes on his shoulder. He salutes sharply as he sees you and holds out a sheaf of papers. Transfers to your platoon, sir.
You just take it. He'll look at it. You can't read it. It says, "Welcome aboard. It's time for initiation. Come with me."
Agratron, what are you doing? This poor man.
Agro.
Hold on. Riven walks over and takes the papers from him and like
Yeah.
flips through them.
Ah, no, it's time for initiation.
Agro,
No,
go,
don't listen to him.
go get
Don't
the
listen to the
sergeant.
small man.
Agro, go get the
Listen to me.
sergeant.
He
Listen
looks
to
a
me.
bit confused and gestures to his left and behind him to 14 figures standing
Huh?
in a
Oh
row.
hell.
I'm not alone, sir.
Oh, all of you in here. Initiation time.
We're not doing initiative. You're not getting hazed. You're not getting hazed.
Nualia is just gonna go to Flux's door? Question mark and knock on it.
Just everybody come in. It's fine. Just don't listen to the squat. And she kind of like
Agratron
pushes
is like-
him up the side.
He does. He basically just goes back to his bed and he starts rolling up a bunch of cigarettes with some like weird red shit.
What I'm hearing is we need to get one of those giant hooks that they used to use in the old theater stuff. You just pull them out.
Yeah, I need like
Yeah,
I
but
need
he'd
a comedy
eat it.
cane that I can just like.
He'd eat the cane. What are you talking about?
It's not. You have to roll for
He
that. You
wouldn't
can't just say you're gonna do it.
I mean, I can. It's then I have to roll afterwards.
But yeah,
That's fair.
Nuala, you are able to step through the doorway,
Chaos.
Master Sergeant Major, through the office and rap on the door to the bedroom beyond. You
Okay.
are definitely able to hear that flux.
One.
New recruits have arrived, Sergeant.
Damn it. I'll be out in 5.
All right. And she'll walk away.
I think when she turns around, Agotram is looking at all the 40 people, and he's handing out these cigars and says, "The initiation ritual. You have to smoke one red leaf cigar.
Okay, what's in the red
Which
leaf
is
cigar?
spicy smoke.
Okay, what's in it?
Uh,
I don't know, but I know what it works like.
When you say you don't
Nualia-
know what's in it,
Nual, do you have? Hold on. Do you have one, Agril?
Yeah, he has one.
Nualia is going
he has
to.
extras.
Nualia is going to attempt to take that one out of your hands and inspect it to see what the red stuff is. She's just gonna come by and like snatch it out of your hand, unroll it, and inspect it.
I swear.
While
if
they're
you're
doing
taking-
this, I would
Isn't that
just
how you
like
smoke
to
a cigar?
stealth
And he just breaks
enter.
another one out.
Could I?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a stealth roll. I would say, Agratrom, none of the recruits have moved, as the one at the door is very pointedly watching Riven for orders.
Yeah, right. I can pull rank. I forgot about that.
Yes, you can.
Feels bad.
Not just
Okay.
pulling, you are.
Yes. Also, she says that out loud. Like, oh yeah, I forgot I can pull rank. Okay, Agrotron, go sit down.
He sits
In the bunk.
guys.
No, in the bunk. Listen, we've got 14 people here. I can get them to pick you up and carry you, and it's not going to be glorious. It is not going to make your ancestors happy. So
It just says, "What makes you think you know what makes my ancestors happy?"
I have no idea, but I'm just trying to make a point here.
Exactly.
Lux is too tired.
He re-rolls cigars into paper airplanes that'll turn into normal ones when they reach the target.
Nope.
He's just throwing them.
Nualia,
In what world does that work?
Nualia is going to attempt to just pick up Agrotrom by the back of his collar.
Hey, look, he went back to his bunk.
He did.
All
He
right,
did.
all right,
But she's just gonna pick you up.
Come in, stand at attention, 2 rows, please. Need to figure out who you all are.
And at the door, nods, turns to the group of waiting recruits, and barks, "You heard the corporal! 2 ranks in the barracks! March!" And they file in. Not all of them marching, per se.
That's
Some
fine.
of them look a little bit reticent.
Excuse me.
Agrotrom reaches to pass cigars to anyone who walks by him.
Do not take
No.
those cigars.
No, you are just Nualia just has you. If we're not making checks for it, Nualia just has you and just has you like lifted slightly away from them so you can't reach them.
Agrotrom, you're making me into a military person, and I cannot tell you how much I hate that.
Observe.
Amazing.
She uses the other hand to just grab your arm and just stop you. It just goes, "Stop it."
Observe.
Nualia, this is getting ridiculous. Can you just take Agrotrom out the back and shoot him? Don't actually shoot him. Can you just?
I'm sure we've got.
What time?
I'm sure we've
Hugh,
got.
what time
rope
is it?
somewhere.
It is just at the edge of dawn. The sun is beginning to rise.
All right. Can you, Nualia? Can you and Agrotrom go get I don't know. Does this place have coffee? Is coffee a thing in 40K period?
Calf.
Cool.
Yeah, recaf.
Can you? All right. Can you go and get a bunch of cups of recaf for the squad, and either have them delivered or just bring them back?
Absolutely. And Nualia walks out with Agril.
I can assure you the cigars function better.
Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, if you're not aware, there is a very common plant on this planet called St. Cardias' blood. It is red. It can be distilled into cyanide. Do not smoke things or consume things that contain St. Cardias' blood. It will likely kill you.
It's definitely not what it is, but all right.
Oh, that's good, because that's what I was thinking it was.
Yeah, same.
No, it's just some random thing you found that I was gonna claim makes spicy smoke.
Oh, okay. But if it's something random you found on this planet and it's red and it's smokable, it's probably that.
Got a point.
Unless you
Wonder what
bought
would
it in
happen
the
if we
city.
Smoked cyanide.
Did
You
you
think Agrotrom
kill you.
buys things?
I figure Agril found a way to smoke chili peppers.
That's basically that was gonna be the meme, or it's like
Oh.
cinnamon gum.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't assume you were going to kill the squad intentionally, but I had a hunch it was going to happen by accident.
No, trust me, he vets his products first, and he's still alive, therefore.
Yeah, but what works for you doesn't necessarily work for everyone else. You have a very strange constitution. What we call in the business. Alright, You've gotten off to a very weird start with the squad. I can assure you that as long as you're with us, further weirdness will continue. If you're expecting a very traditional military outfit, then I apologize, you've joined the wrong squad. However, if you're looking for a squad where you won't die, or at least we'll do our best to make sure you don't die, you're in the right place.
Oh shit, I forgot to add in the extra names. Damn it.
So, do we know who these people are? I'm just looking at
Yes.
them as...
I mean,
Cool.
you didn't come do the paperwork.
It's true, I did not...
Don't worry, I'm coming out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the recruits kind of glance among each other. A couple of them are slouching. There's a woman and 2 men who are kind of not really standing at attention, looking around the room. maybe leaning to the side to get a better view.
Soldiers, attention, please.
This is what you need an Echo Trump for.
This
No,
is what-
it's not.
This is what you need. This is what you need Nawalia for. Though
Alright, so I'm assuming no
can also
response?
Flux can also do a good at
Give me a
attention.
leadership roll, Riven.
Okay, I also have a follow-up after that, assuming we're not doing this in initiative order. Because I don't have a leadership. I have a 2.
One of them straightens up.
That's nice.
The woman raises an eyebrow at you and just then continues to look around.
Cool, alright, I'm gonna open my mouth and screech at them.
Alright.
Deck roll?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's binary. You can say whatever you like. You don't need to roll.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you unleash a burst of binary. Most of the troopers, before you jump, Packard kind of chuckles from the sidelines.
I said attention. I don't intend to do this very often, so let's at least get it right once, shall we?
They straighten up and fall into line, watching
Great.
you a bit warily.
Good, that's a good idea. You should be.
Given my stealth roll, I assume this is when Flux just kicks open the door.
Somebody
Yeah.
wants
Bang.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
They come in, they've got their vest on, but their jacket's like wonky. One's over one shoulder, like it's twisted around in the back. They stumble in. And they just have one finger up in front of them. Too early. Too early. Too loud? No. At Ribbon.
Well, I'm sorry. You were late to your own meeting.
Ooh.
The queen is never late.
What
She's
are you,
gonna
queen?
stay late. Since always.
Murder princess, if you ask me, but alright. This is under her
And,
breath.
And they'll just straighten up and adjust themselves. What is the rest of the Niners doing?
The rest of the first squad are just lounging around the room. Packard sitting on a bunk, watching with amusement. Lacer and Feely had been chatting, but are now watching. And Lanewald is laying on a bunk, watching with curiosity.
Right. Lisa, Lanewald, center stage.
Two of them nod, get to their feet, and step over beside you, standing at attention.
Hugh, how many times have we told you don't die on stream?
That's Lanewald. You know, a spare bullet just got her in the lung and we just didn't notice.
What bullet did get her in the lung?
Oh, see, it fits.
But, yeah. They step up behind you, taking positions at your shoulder, standing at attention.
You okay?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm running some water down this pipe. I inhaled some dust from it.
That would do it.
Yep.
Did you not think to clean it beforehand?
I cleaned everything else. I forgot this bit.
Fair.
But yeah. Continue.
Yeah, Flux also has a stack of papers in their hand. They will just kind of take a minute and look at the group and straighten out the papers and pull out a packet of notes that they have been working on. Or rather, that Lanewald had written for them. No. Flux can write, they just can't read.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I don't know what the things say.
Uh-huh.
I just
But you put them there.
in certain
Uh-huh.
shapes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, alright. That makes sense.
Makes sense.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna say your name. You're gonna tell me if you're here. Anyone that's not here, well, the rest of you are gonna have to go find them. Kaminsky.
And who had knocked on the door salutes sharply. Sergeant.
All right. I'm gonna need you to stand over on that side of the room, and they're gonna just point to one side.
He moves to the area you designate.
Brackle.
The woman who had given Riven
A hard time.
side eye.
Yeah.
The Sarge.
Right. Yeah, you're with Kaminsky.
Nods and moves over.
Harlan.
The man who had straightened up after Riven had told the three to pay attention raises a hand. Sarge?
Yep, over there too. Leisure.
A petite, blonde young woman with patchy hair, looks very young. Her uniform's a bit baggy, a bit too big. The armor doesn't quite sit right. Raises a very tentative hand. Says, here?
You're gonna go over there on the opposite side.
She nods and steps over. Okay.
Elkins.
An older man than you would have expected in the guard. His hair starting to grey a little. Dark, weathered skin, calloused hands. Fairly strong and heavy set. Salutes fairly sharply. Says, Sergeant?
Group 1.
Nods and steps over.
Bullard.
Bueller.
A tall woman with close-cropped dark hair and a silver pin on her lapel, on the lapel of her uniform, in the shape of a ring of spikes in silver around a crown on a green backing. Stands up very straight and stiff, gives a very sharp salute. Sergeant Major?
Group 2.
She nods and moves over.
Newbell.
Yep. A smaller woman, dark-haired, tied back in a tight bun rather than the regimental buzz cut that most of the others seem to sport. Both her eyes are augmetic, and she has a number of ports and studs on the left side of her scalp, which is shaven. Steps forward, raising a hand. Sergeant Major?
You're going to be in Group 2 as well.
She nods and steps over.
Barnes.
Yeah. A tall, strongly built man. Very muscular. His uniform shirt a bit tight. But he wears his uniform a little oddly. The buttons aren't in the right holes. The straps aren't straightened on both sides for his armor, so it's a bit lopsided. Everything's a bit haphazard with him. And he carries a long sword on his back under his jacket, under his kit bag.
My boy.
Steps forward, gives a big, broad grin and salutes a little clumsily. Sergeant?
You're
is
gonna
what
go make yourself a group 3.
Of course, Sergeant.
Lace.
The third figure who had not been paying attention, a fairly wiry, thin, lanky fellow, has a habitual slouch, his hands in the pockets of his fatigues, now starting to lose the straight back of standing at attention that he wasn't the center of attention until now. His head clean shaven and a number of tattoos on his neck, scalp, and face, marking him as probably a ganger. Kind of raises an eyebrow, steps towards you, Flux. Well,
Group
you're
one?
in charge here.
Bet your ass I am.
Can
Any
Noal-
of the boys back home could break you.
Can Nualia and Agril just be stepping in about that time? Not to interfere, but just like be returning about then with like 6 cups of recaf in between them.
Yeah? I'd say that's not an issue.
Okay.
Agrotron's gonna like, once he sets the things down, he's gonna just go pick up the cigarettes he threw around, the cigars. Can't let him go to waste.
Yeah.
It's definitely not like I'm gonna haze him after this is done or anything.
What? You know, you
Look,
step
at
away
least
for
some
2
of them-
minutes.
At least some of them are gonna buy into it. Come on.
Nualia will step up and hand Flux a cup of recaf. There you are.
Flux will give Nualia a nod, but keep looking at the recruit.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's certainly a theory. I'd love to see how they handle the Inquisition as well.
He does pay a little of that.
No.
Glances around.
Nualia takes out the inquisitorial seal.
What did I miss?
Don't think
His
you're supposed to
eyes-
show it, Willie.
Threatening a new recruit.
Nice. All
His
right.
eyes widen at the sight of the rosette, and he takes a couple of steps backwards. Oh, didn't know it was like that.
Is there trouble?
Doesn't have to be.
Is there trouble here, Sergeant? Do I need to let anybody know?
It won't be necessary.
Very well. Just let
Nothing
me
I
know.
can't handle myself.
Of course.
And they'll just give him a sharp smile before nodding at group 1.
He shuffles over, giving Nualia a very long look.
She's just gonna stare him down the whole time.
Agrotron's gonna wave from Noalia's hips.
They're just telling me
Cleft.
it's just... Oh.
The a heavy-set, shorter man, shaven head, skin tanned and weathered, steps forward with a slight smile on his face, and instead of saluting, presses his hands together and gives a small bow to you, Flux. Sergeant Major.
You think he a monk?
Flux is
might
just
be.
gonna make the sign of the Aquila. Group 3.
Of course, Sergeant.
Sancta.
A wiry, slim, young woman with a slightly oval face, dark black hair and a short side parting, steps forward, gives a very crisp salute, straight back, ramrod straight, heels clicking together with the salute.
Mason.
Yeah, that's
Coming through your mic.
it's my dryer. Sorry.
First it was the fan.
Yeah, he salutes sharply. Sergeant Major.
You're in group 3 also.
He nods and steps over beside the other 3.
Ennis.
A short, skinny man. Bit of a hunch to his shoulders. Hair getting a bit longer than regulation. A bit lanky and greasy. He sidles forward, gives a quick kind of half salute. Sergeant?
Group 1.
You got it, Sarge.
And Menson. You're going to be in group 2.
Yeah.
And that should be the last person, right?
An individual of average height, brown hair, shaven at the sides but tied back into a tight ponytail on top. Rough hands and the scars of harsh training clearly visible on their hands. Steps forward and salutes.
What'd you say he did? Half what?
The sides of their heads are shaven and
Okay.
They've got it pulled back into like a ponytail.
It is not a he. Private Menson smiles a little and steps to the side, but you can't really guess what sex they might be. Hard to tell.
Their orange cup.
Flux is gonna let them stand there for a minute and take a long sip of the coffee before raising the cup to Nualia. Shit's good.
Indeed, they did well on this, and just take the cup.
Now,
You missed some though.
no, I went down the whole list, I thought.
No, Harlan, Holstein, Person.
I'm pretty sure
Harlan was covered. I heard Harlan.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
about the other
heard
two.
Harlan.
I might
heard
have
Harlan.
missed
Oh, yeah,
Holstein,
Harlan.
but I did do Harlan, and I went through the tank crew.
Yeah, tank crew are done. But
I think Holstein might have been the only one I missed.
Holstein and Person.
I don't have that on my list.
You should.
Well, their name is Person, so they could be anybody.
That's fair. Would Person maybe be that like last minute ad?
No, that was Menson.
That was Manson. Okay.
Let me take a look. Cause with that, that's 20. If I had Holstein.
Popper.
Alfie, calm down.
Popper.
Ralphie, come here.
Yeah, it's
I know you.
10 if we add Holstein plus the 4 for the tank crew. Did you make an extra NPC, Hugh?
There is Flux.
Here's who I have
Ribbon,
for new NPCs. Kaminsky, Brackle, Harlan, Alkins, Bullard, Newbell, Leisure, Lace, Holstein, and Ennis. That's 10. Then we have Cleft, Barnes, Sancta for tank crew, and Menson to replace Lysa. That's 14.
Yeah, but there is also because Nualia doesn't count to the official rosters, so each squad needs to be 10 people except for the tank crew.
Okay.
So there is another person to make up the difference for Nualia, which is Private Person.
Can you resend me the link then?
It's in the
Sorry.
document.
I'm sure it's not spelled like that.
I
but I'm
don't have
laughing.
the never mind.
That is a question. Is Riven is part of the official roster, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Who?
Me?
Yeah, Riven.
Riven.
Oh, Riven. I thought I heard Griffin. I was like, huh?
No, Riven. Riven.
Yes, I'm Riven McElroy.
Who am I? What?
Isn't McElroy the name?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works. We'll put them in group 2.
How is private person's name spelled? Is it PRSON?
PRSYN.
Okay, all right. Okay.
All right, yeah. Yeah, so person. This is gonna be horrible. Can we get them killed off quickly?
I refuse. They're gonna be my
No,
best
They are
friend.
going to live through.
We're
the
gonna
whole
be your
thing.
person.
Yes.
They are the squad's person now.
They become the mascot.
Yeah, they replace Feely as mascot.
No.
See, this is what I mean with
Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah.
so with Risa and Kristoff in Squad 2.
I had just
Squad 1
factored
currently
Noelia
has-
in, so when I did my head count, I thought I had got everyone off the document you sent me. I didn't know she didn't get counted.
You've got Person and Holstein that need to go into each squad. Both squads are missing a person.
Yes. Holstein is going in group 1, person's going in group 2.
Is Holstein actually a cow?
No, but they're a cow person, a la Cloud Meadow.
Oh, all right.
Ooh.
I knew one of you would know, you fucking horny bastards.
I have to look it up, but that's fine. Oh, okay, sure.
You says you, loser. You're the one with the fucking Astolfo Mora.
You really don't need to be calling your brother out on our stream.
Yeah. If you're gonna do that, then
Oh, okay.
mute.
This is
Nah,
a
he's
lot
fine.
of. There's a lot of boobs. Wow. Lots of
Yeah.
boobs.
And we've lost Avery.
Yep.
No, you're good. I'm just checking this game out.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah, don't buy. You can just find gifs of all this stuff on E621.
That's not what I was actually curious about the
Let's
gameplay.
make that a not now conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just-
yeah, absolutely.
Just shelve that whole topic.
Mm-hmm. You can do that.
Yeah, so that's person will be in group 2 and Holstein in group 1.
They make their way to their respective groups.
Excellent. Now, Flux is going to turn to the rest of the group. Your turn. Names, specialties, go.
You're talking to
The 9.
the Niners, okay.
They have to be put on the spot, so do they.
Corporal Ribbon, oh, I don't have my arm anymore. Damn it. She's of course doing all of this in character and realizing, oh right, I don't have that servo arm.
We can't
Look,
see you.
I
just
fix
so
your
you know.
shit and I fix your shit and I fix your people.
Agrotrom, I don't think I technically legally hold a rank. I'm a melee specialist, but I have a bolt gun. Also, if you need smokes, I'm your guy.
I have never seen him use this bolt gun. I don't think it's real.
He produces the bolt gun.
I still don't think it's real. I don't know. I've never seen you use it. Maybe it's like a big.
Schrodinger's bolt gun.
That's
Yep, Schrodinger's bolt gun.
That sounds like a challenge, but he's not that dumb. But yeah, no, he just opens up. He's good. I'm a multi-weapon specialist, although my axe, Grimball, which he displays quite proudly. This is what I work with. And he points at the guy with the longsword. You're gonna tell me about that sword later, just so you know. This is obligatory.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
I will say that I am very curious about the sword as well.
Gives you both a broad grin and nods. As soon as the Sarge lets us off, I'll be happy to tell you.
I will hold you to that.
I just give him a thumbs up.
Sister Nualia, Medicus, Sister of Battle, and Inquisitorial Representative. I'm here to keep you alive, and hopefully to keep your spirits intact as well.
And I can patch people together, although machines are better. Much easier.
Yeah, Flux will just kind of raise an eyebrow at the rest of the Niners.
Actually, Nualia is also going to look to Flux for a second and, like, almost with a questioning glance and say, and I suppose unofficial quartermaster to an extent as well?
Sure. We'll call it that.
Very well.
I prefer my toy dealer, but you know.
I am the one that if you need something, put it on a piece of paper, hand it to me, and we'll see if we can get it.
Yeah, don't hand me pieces of paper I can't read.
Nualia just sighs loudly.
I mean, they really can. I've seen them struggle with paperwork for hours, and we're all working on it. It's a bit of a daunting task. They're very focused on the war effort. Naturally.
Of course.
Who knew our greatest enemy would be paper? You know, in Squad Society, we write all our stuff on bricks. Makes it so you can't forget about it.
Oh yeah, I've also
Right.
seen this small man eat rocks. Don't dare him to do it. You'll just lose your money.
Alright, going around the room, the rest of you?
Lisa glances around before stepping forward. I guess I'm a tank commander now. Corporal. Lisa Hannigan.
Group 3, you're gonna be under Lesa. Unless we're doing things that don't require a tank, then we'll see about moving you around. Either case, she's always gonna be the person that you answer to.
3 nod. And shuffle over towards Lisa.
Flux is just gonna kind of step back a little bit and touch Lanewald's shoulder. Hold off a bit. I want the rest to go.
She nods. Packard, watching you head over to Lanewald and murmur to her, dies and pushes himself off his bunk. Corporal Griffith Packard, sniper. I kill shit.
Usually very good at it.
Until the shit's after his nose.
Man of 1,000 noses.
He
He
might-
lost another one when he almost fell out our thorax and I had to catch him. Isn't that right?
We've had some hairy escapades, to be sure. And Feely looks a little uncomfortable being next in line, but steps up beside you, Flux. Private Feely, the Vox Tech. But Squad 1, I guess, now.
No. You'll see. And Flux will just give him a pat on the shoulder and motion for him to get back to his bunk.
He looks a little confused, but nods and sits down.
He's the command squad now.
Aw. Babby.
Babby's growing up.
It is at about this point that the door swings open and a groggy-looking Kristoff steps in, pausing mid-stride as he sees the bunch of strangers. Then he looks at you, Flux. Am I at the right barracks, Sarge?
We've got a second squad coming in.
Christoph, do you have booze?
I've been unconscious. Why would I have booze?
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Well, since you're here and talking, for the rest of the group, name and specialty.
Private Christoph Arksite. Do I have a specialty? Loader, I guess.
Yeah.
Bless.
Heavy weapons loader. We might have a missile launcher, but eventually, like, we've got ourselves a tank. We're gonna work up to having an actual heavy weapons crew, and we're gonna get them like an autocannon and like a las
It'll be
cannon.
amazing.
Yeah. They're gonna get a heavy bolter. Kristoff's just gonna be sitting there with the chain of bullets.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be good. And Risa's also around, yeah?
Nope, she's still in hospital.
Lovely.
Can't walk yet.
So that's all of our NPCs, yeah?
Currently.
Once
Excellent.
Kristoff is done, Wally is going to pull him aside just to give him a very brief check over, just to be like, "You're all right, feeling well?"
Gives you a nod. Says, "Yeah, better now. Thanks for the help. I hit pretty hard.
Of course.
That reminds me, Sarge, I need to requisition a new helmet."
Yeah, I imagine you would.
But Lanewald
Right.
then steps forward. Says, Sergeant Anita Lanewald. I am squad lead for Squad 2 now.
Group 1. Welcome to the squad. This is your leader. Also known as your god from now on. Lanewald is the person you answer to. Unless it's me or Riven talking to you. You dig?
All of them is the Squad 2 give Lanewald kind of a dirty look, but most of them nod.
Lanewald, you have my full permission to enforce this in any way you find entertaining.
Lanewald pauses a moment, thinks of it, and then a slow grin spreads across her face as she cracks her knuckles. Well, in that case, she steps towards the assembled group of Squad 2. Well then, you maggots! You're in my army now, son! And we do things one way, the Sergeant Major's way or the highway. And I will personally beat the crap out of anyone who disagrees.
She doesn't even need the other arm to do it well.
The few kind of wary gazes she was getting quickly sharpen up. Only one of them really keeps kind of rebellious attitude, that being Lace, who scowls, looks Lanewald up and down, then mutters under his breath a little.
Was he the
Lanewald
ganger?
steps right up in front of him, shoving a finger right up under his nose. Did you say something, Private? He pauses for a moment, leaning back a bit. No, Sarge. Nothing. That's
Get
what
him
I
right
thought.
up.
Lanewald takes a step back, then turns and gives you a nod, Flux.
Flux is just gonna shake their head. Dear God, what have I done? You beautiful bastard. Kristoff, you're with Lanewald. So is Risa.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Lanewald gives him a bit of a glare, but doesn't yell at him yet.
Now, for all intents and purposes, we already have a crew that works together well. you all will be coming into that group. I've split people up so that you can be shown how we do things. That being said, existing Niners are going to be the people that you're going to want to pay attention to. Group 1, you're with me. I am Sergeant Major Flux. This is my second ribbon. We're not big on formalities, but we are big on getting the job done. I don't give a shit what attitude you have. I don't give a shit what you think. We're going to get shit done and we're going to get everyone home, or we're going to die trying. Now, Nualia does not hold rank because she's not within the group. That being said, consider her also my second. Anything one of us says to you, anything that either Riven or Nualia says to you, it's something all three of us have already talked about, and thus gospel. Understood.
Yes, Sergeant Major. Some more enthusiastic than others.
Nualia will step up and say, "Do you mind if I say just a quick word on that subject?"
By all means.
I appreciate it, Sergeant. And she turns to the group and says, "As said before, I do not hold official rank, but yes, follow what I say, as though Flux had said it. As well, myself and Riven are the ones who will be keeping you alive for the most part, so definitely do as we say. For those who cause trouble," and she specifically looks at, I think it was Lise, was the ganger?
There's a few.
Yeah, there were a few people, but Lise has been the one that consistently has been, like, trying to act tough. Yeah, for those who cause trouble, and she specifically looks at him, I try not to lose people on the field, but that doesn't mean accidents don't happen. And, she's going to just, at that point, nod to Flux and say, "Thank you."
Flux is gonna give a nod and a grin at the group. Now, how many of you have heard of the poisoned waterways?
Several blank looks. Corporal Kaminsky salutes sharply. Reports last cycle indicated a enemy supply point had been poisoned with cyanide. Is that what you're referring to, Sergeant Major?
That is exactly what I'm referring to. Thank you. Now, why is this relevant? I'm sure you're questioning. Because while Nualia can stitch you up, she can also make cyanide to poison a water hole.
Nualia just gives a big grin.
And as our head medicae, I stress that you do not want to piss her off. Now, get your gear stowed, get your bunks in. And for everyone, we've got new kit.
Ooh.
Fancy.
Emma grins and drags out a pair of large crates from the end of the room into the middle of the chamber. And then heads back into the dark corner and pulls out a pair of heavy las guns. One of which she keeps a hold of, but the other she places down on top of one of the crates before kicking the other open to reveal a cache of las carbines. Several appreciative murmurs and a couple of whistles arrive from the assembled troopers.
They still haven't turned in their las guns, correct?
Not yet, but the new recruits don't appear to have any.
Alright, everyone's going to be giving up their las guns and replacing them with these.
Did we get something better than a bolter?
I'm actually not sure what the other ones were.
No.
meant to replace.
We didn't get the heavy las guns were meant to replace the heavy stubbers, and the las carbines are there to replace the las guns.
All right.
Aerodrum shotguns. Well, have fun with those.
To be fair, there is very little that is better than a bolter. Your axe is one of them.
I was gonna say, but generally squad ranged weaponry is better. It just... He clearly has an issue with this set of people he keeps talking about.
Flux is going to just take a minute and pull Feely aside. All right. You're going to be sticking with Leisure, understood?
You got it, boss.
Oh no. The shipping, it's already happening.
He glances at the nervous-looking young woman.
Oh hell.
Leisure, come over here real quick.
She starts a bit and hurries over, toying
You're
with
married
all the
now.
scraps on her armor.
No, because it'll take them longer than either of their lifetimes to actually admit it.
Oh. This is Feely. The two of you are going to be sticking together.
Okay, Sergeant.
Outside of when it is required, you're going to be shadowing him. He's going to be keeping an eye on you.
She nods a little, though she looks a little conflicted. But all she says is, "Whatever you say, Sergeant Major."
Yeah, and then Flux will just turn to the rest of the room. Outside of getting your kit changed, you're dismissed. There will be inspections later on. Keep everything as it is meant to be. I am not dealing with another headache this morning after Riven's screeching.
Oh please. You can tell me you didn't like it that much.
And, Noelia and Riven, if I could have a word.
Of course.
Always.
And they'll head back to their office.
On the way, Noali is going to pick up the other heavy las gun.
Yeah.
Once you're gone, Aerodrum's gonna hand down and just say, "Does anyone want a cigar? Any smokers here?"
Don't
As
take
the
that.
Groups begin putting their kit bags away. The older man, Gordon Atkins, sidles over. I've always been partial to a smoke on an evening. Pleasure to watch the sunrise or set.
I'm gonna poison my NPCs.
Literally, he's not using those. They're not poison. It's literally chili pepper.
Agril
yeah.
has
These
found
people
a
have
way-
ever eaten chili pepper.
Agril has found chili peppers and has found a way to smoke them.
Yeah.
What a waste. What a
What does
waste.
that feel like?
Painful. Painful.
Also,
Yeah.
like, I imagine in the Imperium, like, peppers, like, spicy shit isn't a thing they'd probably come across, so wouldn't it make it, like, worse for them?
It would be exceedingly rare.
I think that's just a planet to planet thing, because that's makes an extremely
Yeah.
broad assumption about their like botanical existence.
Yeah, I imagine that a lot of the civilian rations are just very bland. And probably most of the guardsmen rations are pretty bland as well, but it is very much a planet to planet thing. I know some guardsmen regiments have some pretty fancy shit that they get.
Well, why I asked
but
and
yeah.
why I was wondering is, like, I was just imagining, like, it'd be one thing if you had had spicy food before,
Yeah,
but if you weren't ready for it and
Yeah.
didn't know that was a thing that happened.
yeah. I think considering that the most common brand of of spice in the Imperium is rat dust, ground up rodent dust.
No,
Yeah.
exotic.
Yeah. You gotta make those civilian relief rations taste somewhat good.
Mm-hmm.
Torp in chat, let me just introduce this entire planet to one Dorito.
But what kind of Dorito is the
Yes.
question?
The answer is yes. Every planet gets a different one.
Allow me,
So-
allow me to suggest instead of a Dorito, the legendary Doro.
Doro, yes, the giant Dorito.
As Atkins requests, the woman who had been giving everyone kind of the side eye, Brackle sidles up. Depends what's in it. Is it narcotic or just, you know, that fancy shit upper hibers smoke?
He says, if I smoked, have you had Upper Hiver stuff? It's trash. No, this is custom Agrotron blend. No. Unfortunately, I don't have narcotics on hand, but I assure you, it is quality cigar. Give it a try.
He shrugs. Well, why not? I'll try anything once.
There you go. Hands one to the old fella too. Anyone else? No? Swordsman?
Yeah, the man with the sword.
Yes.
Private Barnes does step over, looking curious. He says, "What is a cigar?"
Oh no.
Have you had the low stick before?
I've seen them. I've never had one. My world doesn't have anything like that.
Are you from a feudal world?
How did you know?
Melee specialist like me. Wait, was he being genuine?
Yes.
It's like,
We have a feudal worlder. Oh, this is gonna be great.
yeah,
He's gonna be so fucking terrified.
He's like,
Aw, bless his heart.
Yeah,
he's gonna say,
great.
they don't make men like they do those on feudal worlds. Oh, I love your kind.
Oh, I do love my homeworld, but don't have gunpowder there. And a kind of manic gleam enters his eyes.
Yeah, he says, oh, who needs it? He just holds up the axe. This is all you need. They can't shoot you if you're standing right up against them.
He looks almost offended, placing a hand against his chest. Oh, good sir, you wound me. I do appreciate the honor of melee combat and the fine artistry of swordsmanship, or axemanship as it may be. But to see a full artillery company in barrage, or the power of your, what are they called? Tanks, yes. I do love them so. I am a gunner by specialty. I signed up with your army because they said that cannons were used freely if you were in the army.
Not,
So I'm gonna tell the
not untrue.
I'm gonna tell this man. I'm gonna tell this man about battle suits and gonna blow his fucking brains out.
This guy'd say,
I feel like you need to
You-
buy him a drink first.
I got something better than a drink for this guy. He says, well, my friend, that is good too. And as a sign of respect, he's gonna take the bolter off his back. I don't use this anyway. It is yours now.
Oh, you piece of shit. I wanted that bolter.
No.
His eyes go wide and he very reverently takes it from you, looking over it. What is it?
This is one of. Don't tell anyone this. This is a slightly. This is a normal hand bolter for a ultramarine.
Oh my god.
It was gifted to me after one of my engagements where I fought alongside one.
So full
And
of
now
shit.
You were engaged in Ultramarine? Goddamn,
no,
dude.
he's engaged alongside them.
So was it like a double wedding?
This would be his third. Anyway, so not only do you have a wonderful weapon which shoots these little things that explode people, it's like a cannon in your hands. It's from one of the Emperor's angels.
Mom lost the bolt gun in the divorce.
Still reverently, but says, "Well, I only understood fought alongside and angel, but thank you."
Yeah, just give him a finger guns. No problem. And then he'll move on to the cigar. A cigar is like a glow stick, but wrapped in cool paper. See? He wraps one up for him. Huh? You chew it from this end, light it there. And he just smokes. You want? Curious?
He shrugs. Sure.
He hands one over.
Mason, are you flirting with this man?
Huh?
Yes, clearly.
What was that? I didn't hear.
Are you flirting with this man?
Eh?
Okay.
Little,
Acceptable.
little
It's
bit
like-
of column A, a little bit
what-
of column B.
What do you call it when it's platonic flirting?
Bromance.
Yep.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
bromancing the guy.
Okay.
He takes the cigar, places the tip between his teeth, and then bites down hard on it, and then grimaces, taking it out. Ugh, that tastes vile.
It's not for everyone. And he'll just...
Not even
take
going
it.
to explain how to smoke. Just let him chew on the thing.
He bit it. He's like, "Ew, fuck this," and he's like, "All right, that's indicator enough that I don't need to get a guy into smoking."
Don't need to train someone to take my shit.
Hey, he's not. If he was selling it, certainly he'd make every fucking attempt. But Agrotrump's not a businessman.
Planning is not his style.
No way.
No.
And while Agrotrom is spreading cigars among the recruits, Glux,
I'll be right back.
return to you.
Yeah, I will bring Riven and Noelia back to my office. I have an office. And put the papers down on the table. You can read that on your own time, however much information you want. I split things up without consulting you, and I want to make sure that there's not any issue that you take with that.
No, I mean, we got 14 people and not a single augmetic between them. But
Well, one of them had augmetic eyes.
Oh, all right.
Socket from the side of her head.
Yeah, there were a couple.
oh, must have missed that one. That sounds like potential.
Private Newbell.
I have no
Huh.
issue with the split. I trust your judgment. I am wondering how separated our squads will be on any engagements. It will make it difficult to be the medic, but between myself and Riven,
In good news, there is a recruit that shows potential as a medic. I left them with Lanewald.
Excellent. Then would you like me to attempt to teach them some extra bits of Medicaid?
While we're here during downtime, I would very much appreciate that.
All
Absolutely.
yours, Noelia.
Absolutely.
We actually have a few that could potentially be trained on some small Medicaid.
If nothing else, we can do a basic course on Medicaid for both squads, as well as the tank crew, and I can, any that show extra promise, I can pull aside to teach them more advanced techniques.
Of the new individuals, I would definitely recommend it.
Absolutely.
On top of that, Riven.
Yeah.
I want you to assess for any technological capability.
Just gonna ask. I would love to be able to teach someone how to handle a copy tool.
Now that, as they are not Mechanicus, that is something that's going to be a little bit more off the books.
Never been a problem for me.
With that, given how well Lanewald has taken to this role, I'm going to suggest that she handle general what's the word I'm looking for? Shit, I lost it.
If you want to relieve you of my title, it's completely all right. I gladly.
No, I need you. Shut the fuck up.
Your microphone's breaking up a bit, Avery.
All right, let me see.
But since you're not very comfortable with pulling rank, I think especially given the attitudes of the new individuals, having Lanewald handle things in the barracks and general day-to-day might be helpful.
I agree.
Nualia also gives a big grin to that and says, "A very good choice. I was also thinking of offering to both yourself and Lanewald that if any of them show extra trouble, then please feel free to lead them to me. I'll show them what Sister of Battle discipline is like."
I will definitely keep that in my back pocket. Unfortunately, with some of the issues certain new recruits have, I don't feel using you as the first or even second line of addressing the situation is going to be helpful for long-term respect building.
Of course. No, I do agree with that. This is more of if you have tried absolutely everything and they still are not showing due respect or not working with the group, then I can knock them about a bit.
Yes. Well, if it does come to a point where we require that, might just get a commissar involved.
That also would work.
So
Dead face when
how bad are we
Agro
talking
become.
for troubles exactly?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What you said?
Oh no, how bad are we talking in terms of troubles exactly? Like, I mean, you know, on a scale of disgraced noble to Tyranids ate my planet, how bad are we talking?
Are you throwing
In
shade at everyone?
No.
In terms of
course
what
not.
we expect from the new recruits?
Yeah.
Probably
Uh,
wouldn't brief your command members.
Oh yeah, I didn't give them the actual paperwork.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here like I totally sent this to people. Can I send them your document, please?
Sure.
Yeah, Nualia will
Actually,
definitely
I'll just
read
do
out.
my bullet points, because I made
Okay.
bullet points that makes it easier.
Yep.
All right.
Unless you
Whatever
want the full detail roster.
No, it's fine. I'll read
I
the.
think Nualia would do as much research as possible, so I'll take the full thing.
Whereas Riven
Yeah,
would
post
not.
both,
I'll
it's
also
fine.
take it, but
Just realized my bullet points are in 3 different places. If you only want the bullet points, I can give them to you like during break or something.
no, it's okay. I'll take this. I'll take the whole thing. Give it a read.
The main thing I'm concerned about is egos. That's not something that is going to require a vast amount of working around, as long as we can address it quickly. That being said, that is one that both Lanewald and I will have to very quickly make a impression on. And an impression that is entirely our own, with some of the individuals involved, gang members, nobles.
We have nobles in the squad now. That's
Yeah, I put them with
Okay.
us.
Of course. Wonderful.
Well, you know, I figure if anyone's gonna make a good impression on the ganger with an attitude problem, that would be Lanewald.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes.
Though if
I
anyone's
agree.
gonna be able to talk down to a noble, that would be us. Not
Also
really
true.
Lanewald's area.
It's a valid point.
I figure if we can handle prissy attitude problems, Lanewald can handle the disciplinary attitude problems, which is why I want to let her handle the general day-to-day of the barracks as well.
Oh god, I'm trying to read these different colors. There's so many colors.
Don't worry
That's-
about the colours, they're just for their icons, so that you can tell which is which.
Okay.
But,
Which squad are we
yeah.
in? Are
You
we,
are squad one.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, cool. So we get Packard, Keep Feely. Leisure? Oh, is this the...
Bring
Ah.
Leisha.
That's for all of the squad.
Yeah, okay. No, I get it. I'm just reading.
But yeah, you would know that the noble in question is Private Boulert.
That's the feudal
Right.
welder, isn't he?
No, this is someone
Private
else.
Ailey Boulert, son of
Okay.
a noble family of Gideon Primus.
Great.
Yeah. Oh, great! Yeah, he comes straight from Gideon Prime, so he's really gonna feel like he has some shit over us.
Her.
Be it,
Her.
Just
My
get the
bad.
shit kicked out of
Sorry.
her, probably.
Don't worry, that's why I put her with us, because I can just deck her.
Oh, nice.
Don't worry,
Can and will.
I'll win everyone over with cigars and booze. Don't worry about it. Now, just you wait till they try to challenge Agrotrom, and then they'll get then they'll get mad at Agrotrom, and that's gonna be bad for them.
Hugh, I know there's actually a title for whoever the fuck yells at people and handles the day-to-day of, like, barrack shit, but I don't know what that title is.
Drill sergeant?
Potentially.
if you're in boot camp, then it's a drill sergeant. But if it's like an active squad, then usually it's the squad second that handles that squad's day-to-day activities.
You're welcome, Riven. I'm saving you.
Sorry, I was reading through these things. Say again?
Oh, theoretically, doing the yelling at people on the daily to just get their shit done the way it's supposed to be done is supposed to be your job.
Oh, okay. Cool. Great.
But don't worry, I'm saving you by giving it to Lanewald.
Amazing. That's because I can't. I have no
Uh-huh.
arms. Really, all I can do is screech at them angrily, but that's
mean-
about it.
So here's the thing, is like, you don't have to actually be able to bitch slap someone into oblivion to get that, like, vibe. You just have to not second guess yourself.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, a servo arm would have helped, but
True, then you really could bitch slap them into oblivion.
right, but that is
In terms of other paperwork, Riven, what is the story on your arm?
well. I figured I'd see if I could use this as an opportunity to maybe get an upgrade. The servo arm served me well, but I mean, we brought them a god. I hope that has some kind of perks.
Those perks might have been the tank I asked for.
Oh.
It's
yeah.
very possible that you could use that to Mechanicus negotiate.
I mean, it's a matter of what's most beneficial for their individual assets. So, I mean, I can
It probably
try,
will
sure.
hold weight with the Mechanicus more than it even does with the Militarum.
This is very true. The fact that you were instrumental in directly delivering a god machine to them is not a small thing.
Oh,
Careful.
hopefully they see it that
You
way.
might get promoted within the Mechanicus too.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
They do it. Becomes Magos. Huh.
She would not want to be Magos.
I don't think you get a choice in the matter.
Yeah, well, she didn't get a choice in being a Mechanicus in the first place, so...
In terms of requisitioning, at some point, Nola, I'm going to need to speak to you about that.
Of course.
We're going to need to pull a full inventory of what we have left from our last mission, get an inventory on new weapons and ammunition for the tank and the new squad members. And I'm also going to need a shit ton more explosives.
Understood. I also I'm fairly certain we need to refill our medical supplies as well. And definitely get extras.
So I'm hoping to get a bunch of
Start
surgery.
taking notes. We will absolutely get to that before we leave.
Very good.
And, yeah. With that, our meeting is over. Flux is just gonna kind of head in and try and get Lanewald pulled aside.
Mm-hmm. Noali is going to head back out as well.
Well... I feel like the best thing to do is go talk to Mechanicus.
Flux, you find Lanewald in the barracks, watching over her new squad, making sure that they don't mess anything up as they unpack their gear.
I see you're keeping yourself busy already.
Yeah, I don't want to think they can get an inch past me. Otherwise they'll start taking a mile.
Speaking from experience,
She grins. I work with Risa and Christoph, so...
They definitely attempted some stuff in the early days.
don't go too hard on them. They'll help you get in good with the others. Be a good example, as it were.
Nods. They were a bit rough to start with, but, you know, they grow on you.
I think Lace is gonna be your worst.
Nods. Yeah, he's looking for a fight.
I
If I
suspect.
did punch him in the face, that's alright, right?
Say
Like, that
don't
wasn't
make
just
it a
me.
habit.
Okay. I can do that.
On the note of making sure people can't take a mile, given that Riven is not necessarily equipped for the giving orders side of things, was wondering if you wouldn't mind handling barracks etiquette and such.
I don't see why not. We all share one barracks. Can't be that hard.
And it's not like you being a hard ass is something that's difficult for you to do. Directing it at a few more people shouldn't hurt.
Grins. Yeah, just gotta shout louder. That's the trick.
Don't let it get to your head.
Cross me heart, boss. Never occurred to me.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Though, if we get in trouble with inspections, it's on you.
Nods, her face falling to a more grave expression. Don't worry, boss. I don't like latrine duty like as much as anyone else does.
Good, because that's not one you're delegating off either. And Yeah. With that, Flux is just gonna kind of be observing.
Yeah, Lameward starts marching up the bunks, being stern and loud with the new recruits, a bit more gentle and friendly with the older members of the squad. And each one she goes to starts working on making their bunk presentable. She has to exchange a few heated, muttered words with Les before he actually, puts his back in.
Yeah.
And Boulert is a little defensive about it. You can hear her trying to protest that it's not the kind of work for a noble. Surely that's what a Batman is for, or a dog's body. Lamont
He goes in the
shakes her
dog's
head
body.
and lays a big hand on her shoulder. Kid, you're a private. So fucking do your bed, or I'll break your fingers.
They're telling the truth, you know. He pulls off the 2 fingers on the right hand.
Roulette pales a little at that. And there's a small nod. Alright. No need to get violent. I suppose I can do this. How does one make a bed? I was observing.
You start with some sheets of fabric, and you start sewing. Get some wood, get a hammer.
Gives you a distinct frown ribbon. Now I know you're pulling my leg. I don't mean build a bed.
Go talk to the Mechanicus.
Fine.
I'll show her.
All right. Bed setting lessons. 1 geld. 1 geld.
Aggro, shut up. Also, do you have any more of the cigars?
Yes. Do you want the relaxant blend or the common one?
Which one won't kill me?
None of them will.
I don't believe you.
Trust me. As someone who makes them specifically to give them out, I make sure they won't kill you humans with your slightly weaker constitutions.
Yeah, surprise me.
All right. He's gonna just take some stuff out of the cigar bag. It looks really green in comparison to what he normally makes, and he'll just wrap it up.
A good kush. Or oregano, hard to tell. Cilantro, maybe?
Sure.
Fucking love
Yeah.
that story.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah,
Yeah.
he'll hand it over.
Flux will give it a light and take the jacket off, throw it onto. I assume we have empty bunks in here still. Because we're still not a full size platoon. Cool. We'll throw their jacket to the side and slowly and step by step, making sure that she's paying attention, go through exactly how to do it.
Yeah.
And do it themselves. And then they're just gonna look at her and give a grin. Understand how it's done now?
A leadership role.
Could I? No, I wouldn't be assisting with that for the finger thing. Never mind.
We'll see
That's-
how good a teacher you are.
Not bad.
Alright, yeah. Good enough. You're able to pass inspection, if not much more.
That's all Flux ever needed.
That's all Flux ever worked for.
I mean, you're not wrong. They were chronically lazy and just there for the explosions.
Yeah.
The fact that they have any kind of leadership position is a fluke.
After watching the first time, Boulert imitates you, and you're able to point out a few errors, the creases on the sheet, the fact that the pillow isn't straight, things that would be picked out by a commissar feeling in particularly vindictive.
I high-key anticipated her to just be like, cool, I'll do it next time now that you've done it.
That's why as you're teaching
Don't worry.
each step, you fuck it up and then tell them, okay, now repeat it.
No. See, here's the thing: is I was just gonna have a moment of great. Flips the bed over.
From the
Well, you
top.
were doing it on one of the unoccupied bunks, weren't you?
No, she wanted on hers.
Oh, well, in that case, you'll, yeah. Glance at it. Oh, well, it doesn't seem too difficult.
Excellent. So now it's your turn. Dump.
Just you wait till the flumps get involved.
She takes a step back in surprise, scowling. Ah, what did you go and do that for? It was all ready.
Yeah, but you didn't do it. Now tell me, is it my job to make your bed or yours?
Why would that make a difference? It was already done.
Listen. We don't do things necessarily because they just need to be done once. We do things because the practice of it is what keeps things working smoothly. Now, make it again.
Me a... I'll say another leadership role.
And I'm gonna re-roll that one.
Torp in chat, you gotta make your bed once for every time you should have made your bed but had a servant do it instead.
Start making tally marks on the wall, bitch.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Bullet kind of gives you a curious look, a searching look, as though she's expecting a punchline, but when it doesn't come, she starts setting to work on the bed, doing it reasonably well, but again, you point out the errors. She smooths it out as best she can, and you're pretty confident it'll at least pass inspection.
Flux will give a satisfied nod. Excellent. Next time, Lanewald's gonna inspect it.
Bullet frowns a little, but gives you a nod. Very well, Sergeant.
Yeah. We don't have any kind of schedule of things, do we? Within the many, many bits of paperwork I was given.
No, Jax, you were informed that Jax would call for you when she was ready to begin your training. Until then, you were more or less free to do as you saw fit.
Lovely.
Though you would know that the mandatory daily inspection would be at the, I suppose you'd call it the 7th hour of the 24-hour cycle. So, within an hour.
Alright. Part of me just wants to, like, after y'all have your other side stuff done, do our own version of team building exercise.
Yeah.
Alright.
Noalia's gonna Noalia's gonna start taking inventory pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
She's gonna want to try to not only go to the quartermaster to requisition them, but also be like, look, if we can't get them now, maybe we can get them in like a day or two. That's fine, but let's get as much as we can.
I'm gonna need a lot more, shit, what's the word?
I know that Aggro Trump's gonna be out here trying to fucking learn about all of these people.
Makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna go off and go talk to the Mechanicus about invasive surgery.
Alright.
Yeah.
We'll start with Riven.
Sure.
So, as you step out of the now quite busy barracks, where do you head?
I have no idea where anything is. That's fun. Is there like an information tent or something for people who have never been here before?
There is the HQ building where command operates out of.
One
That's not
giant "You are here" sign.
bad. You know what? I'm gonna go find. I don't know where the Medicaid is because I haven't been there. That's fun.
Yes, you have been.
Have I?
Yeah, we were
You had
all
to get
there.
your eye fixed.
I haven't gotten my eye fixed.
But you did all go to the Medicaid to get various injuries patched up.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. I didn't have any injuries, but you know what? It's fine. I will head towards. Okay.
Yeah, just randomly just yanking out your eye. Not an injury.
Yeah, no, it wasn't planned, but it was a thing.
Yeah, the Medicaid staff on duty appear to be bustling about, tending to a few of the wounded troopers lying on beds. You can see Risa eating her breakfast off a tray.
Yeah, I think I'll just flag one of them down. Not Risa. Risa's busy. Not gonna bother her.
Oh, we're gonna need more comms.
We are, yeah.
Hmm.
We specifically got those from the Inquisition as well. This was not from General. So this ought to be
Honestly, I'd
interesting.
rather OG Squad have them and have some level of precedent with them being able to direct, not OG Squad.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's see.
You're able to flag one of the Medicaid staff down, Rippin. They step over to. Yes, how can I help?
Or whoever the Mechanicus are involved in space. I haven't met any. She kind of just gestures at her robes. We'd love to know where they're set up.
Well, you can
If
find
you
most
know
of the
my chest.
engineers in the parade ground. They hang out in the hangars there, tend to our vehicles. If you're looking for an actual Magos, though, you might have better luck heading south past the airfield.
Well, I'm aiming to get invasive surgery, so I assume I'll be coming back here, right?
That depends entirely on the kind of surgery. If he glances you
Well,
up and
elective.
down. Are a member of the Mechanicus, I'm sure they will do it themselves.
That makes sense. All right, I'll start with the engineers. Thank you very much.
He nods. Not at all.
She just traces out off to go find the engineers.
Yeah, as you pass the several hangars along the parade ground, you can see many of them have their doors open, tending to various vehicles. You can see collections of fellow engineers like yourself, along with a couple of Skitari guards wandering about, and an abundance of servitors doing manual labor.
Before we get heavily into this, I apologize for interrupting.
No worries. Go for it.
It is about to be 7 o'clock.
Good point.
Yes, it is. So
Time and
return-
fact is a thing that exists.
Unfortunately.
We will return in half an hour.
Sounds good.
Dang.
Feel free, audience, to grab a drink or something to eat or whatever it is you need.
Stretch if
We
you haven't
will
stretched.
be back.
Grab your nice sugary beverage and your foam pack, and yeah.
Snort the sugar.
Big recommend. Don't drink super sugary things. It's generally bad for your
Snort
teeth
the
health.
sugar.
I'm gonna start
Don't snort it either. That'll hurt the rest of you.
during break. I'm going to also start putting together exactly what we need for the quartermaster. Basics that I have right now was as many medkits as the quartermaster can get us. 3 more ammo backpacks.
Grenades of various kinds.
Uh,
I'm going
we
to need
have-
more blocks of plastic explosives. We have some.
We have a bunch
But
of
I
grenades
want
left.
more.
Yeah, we have 20 some odd grenades left. I definitely want to see if I can get more crack grenades than frag grenades. But yeah.
Entirely fair, but put both on the shopping list
Oh,
and
yeah.
pretend we don't have any.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It would be really good to see if we can maybe get our hands on another Camilla cloak, but I
Okay.
don't anticipate that being a thing. It's just kind of a pie in the sky ask. I'm gonna need more plastic explosives because I just got rid of 200-gram blocks
Yeah,
of plastic
I'm
explosives
also
on this trip.
I'm also asking for more crack and frag missiles, and landmines.
Uh, Kicking charges.
Kicking
Gonna need more of
charges,
those, and cutting charges, and just detonators in general.
cutting charges. Okay, detonators. Let's see. We also take this chance to look over any upgrades you may want for your weapons. This will be the time to ask for it. Yep. I will.
Is there something that can give my gun the reliable trait?
I forget what does bless do again? Because I remember I wanted it for some reason at some point.
Good question. I don't know. I will be right back though.
I think
Alright.
there's extra damage to demons.
Oh yeah. I need to get something more useful. Do I have anything on this? I guess not. Dude, I'm gonna have like an eternal problem remembering all these characters' names. I guess that's what the
You'll
thing
learn
is.
them.
Yeah. Like Swordman, I don't remember his name. I just know him as Swordman.
Barnes.
Barnes. And Nobles?
No.
I mean, he is Barnes and he was presumably with
His name is
Notables.
Private Franklin Barnes.
My guy Frank.
Frank, the man with the bolta.
Oh my god. I'm just now imagining Agreltrom calling him Frankie.
I don't know. I like both. I like Barnes and Frankie. I like both.
You do all get a las gun in this. There are 25 of them. Since
Yeah.
you have a tank crew as well.
I'm just gonna call it Las Gun Cool version and convert it when I.
As many comms as we can get is going to be super useful. Headset, maybe, but those have a wider range, so those will be harder to get, won't they, than the beads?
Not really. Headsets are the same as beads.
Okay.
The difference is the ones that can fit in your ear are just more advanced technology and are therefore more expensive. So the Astra Militarum normally get headsets.
This is fair. I really, really, really want food. But the food I'm planning on having is like, I need to spend time to cook it food. I don't have time to cook the food.
You have like 30 minutes. Does it take more than 30 minutes?
Potentially.
Cry.
Alas, you'll have to make do. Yeah, how you guys doing?
Nothing super special. I want to do things, but I get distracted with other things, and then I have schoolwork, and then I don't do that till the day before it's due.
Fair.
Like I'm trying to go back and read through that Chaos Magic book that Alex sent me a long time ago because I'm a little more interested now, but I just haven't gotten to it because I keep fucking playing video games.
Feeling.
Yeah.
And I assume it's warm where you are, Torp.
It's
It's
fucking.
quite pleasant over here. The weather's been really nice for the last couple of days.
It's been really warm for me. I could barely get to sleep last night because of it. And I have AC, but I guess it doesn't go to my room very well.
Maybe you need to clean out your vents.
Yeah, but it's on the ceiling, and I don't want to. I'll just buy another fan. I already have like 2 of them in there. To be honest, I have one on my nightstand that's really old and just honestly needs to be replaced with something a little bit better.
It's been really pleasant here. Sun's been shining. It's been comfortably warm. Could wear a t-shirt outside.
Nice. All right, page 227.
It'll end in 2 weeks, so may as well make the most of it.
Yeah.
.30 degrees C. Fun.
Oof.
Like that in Spain.
So that sounds like hell on earth.
Yeah, good luck with that talk. I used to have to sleep on the marble floor during summer because it was 40 fucking degrees Celsius.
Now that just doesn't sound like it'd go very well.
The only way
Wait.
to keep cool was just to lie flat on your back, butt naked on the marble.
Does marble not hold heat well?
No, it is a fantastic heat sink. So most of
Oh.
the floors in houses in Spain are made of marble.
Hmm.
And most of the time in Spain, you walk around in bare feet. So you're constantly bleeding off heat into the marble.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I remember I was once in Arizona when I was really young. We were visiting my dad's parents. Hey, we were in this hotel that had a tile balcony. And I walked out there as a kid with my bare feet, middle of summer. And yikes.
Terracotta or clay tiles, they absorb heat really well.
Yep.
You used to have the same problem in Spain. Our courtyard was paved with these red tiles, and in the middle of the day, it's 40 degrees Celsius in the shade, and you step on those tiles in bare feet, you're gonna burn your feet.
Yeah.
But you got used to it in Spain. I was in bare feet so often that I grew calluses on the soles of my feet and could walk on hotter surfaces. Walking barefoot down tarmac to throw the rubbish out was an experience, especially when parts of the road were melting in summer.
Good lord.
Hey, question for you, Q.
Yeah.
Do you read sci-fi novels? I guess I should
I
preface
do.
with that. Okay, do you know a sci-fi author who wrote primarily in the 90s named Jeff Noon?
Doesn't ring a bell. What did he
Okay.
write?
I mean, his first novel was called Vurt, VURT. If this is not ringing a bell, that's fine. I feel like you might enjoy these, so I'm gonna send you some recommendations.
Yeah, I can't say I've heard of it.
All right.
Bro, where the fuck are the weapon upgrades? God damn, I cannot navigate these books worth of shit.
The weapons are in war gear.
Not weapons, weapon upgrades.
They are in war gear.
Well, I know they're in war gear. I'm in war gear.
I know. So on the left-hand side of the PDF, there should be like a set of bookmarks, and it should actually be able to take you to the weapon upgrades from that. I know the weapon upgrades themselves are near the very end of the war gear area.
Okay, I got to him in Abundance of Apocrypha now. Not just to find him in the normal one.
Yeah. I don't know about Abundance of Apocrypha. I don't know if it follows the bookmark stuff, but I know the main books are.
Yeah, I just have to for some reason the fucking main book just gets fucking undownloaded off my computer.
That's weird.
So I have to fucking keep grabbing it, but I don't want to, so I just do it in the fucking Google Docs mode.
Also, Torp, unless when you say "let me be Frank Barnes with you," are you specifically telling me catch me later? I'll buy you a beer. I have no idea what Barney's actual full name is from Half-Life, but that's the only Barn I can think of.
What? Not the one with animals in it?
Fair.
No, bears aren't usually on farms.
You never know these days, okay?
It's true. You're more likely to find bears with pride than you are on a farm.
I just started a fire elsewhere.
Good job.
Congratulations.
Forest fire or an actual fire?
I'm probably about to have some people real mad at me fire.
Oh.
I like to occasionally just, because I can, drop in a spicy take.
Oh,
Just-
sure.
In the middle of whatever's going
Yeah.
on, I'm like, here's why you're wrong, and then leave.
Yeah, no, I know that technique. It's frequently referred to as the Avery Schneider drama instigation technique, wherein you walk into a room, drop a grenade, and leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I invented one of those a long time ago. Not that one specifically, obviously, because that one's yours. But
I really want to find this fucking movie. I cannot think of its name. I remember one scene from it.
there's your problem.
Yeah. I remember
Okay.
one scene from it. It's a comedy sci-fi.
All right.
And at one point, one group is being chased by, I'm guessing, the bad guys, the villains. And it's a bunch of soldiers that are chasing them.
Okay.
One of the people tosses down a grenade. Pulls the pin, tosses it down, and runs. The group of soldiers stops, takes cover, nothing happens. They come up, look at the grenade, and on it says, "Do not pick up." One of them picks it up, says, "I think it's a dud," and dissolves. Another person comes up, picks up the grenade, and just 5 of them do this in turn.
All right.
Interesting.
That is the only fucking thing I can remember from that whole movie, and I want to find it again.
Okay.
Oh, I have 2 things to add to the list. A dueling grip for my axe.
Okay.
And I don't know how you would possibly requisition this, but somehow a measure with which to turn it into a master-crafted weapon.
Odds are you would have to send your axe away for a good period of time.
Would the 7 days suffice you? The 7 cycles?
What are you trying to do?
I'm gonna get my weapon master-crafted.
That
That's
would
one.
require a weaponsmith to effectively adjust and rebuild it from scratch.
Oh.
Yeah, I figured that's not so much
master-crafted.
Yeah, I figure it's not so much handing it off to a mechanicus and being like, "Here, work on this." It's we gotta send this off to Mars and get them
Put
to
a
rework it.
That's way fucking Mars. No.
I mean, just take some super glue and the inside parts from a shock mall and just that's it. That's all you need.
You can get it powered, but
Master crafted.
Yeah.
But I mean, I figured that could be something that you do. That'd be something you do through a quartermaster, wouldn't it? Or how would you even come into contact with something like that?
I'm sure the quartermaster would have some inkling of how to get such a thing, but it absolutely would be months later you would get it back.
You could give it to me. I could try and work on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't
Ellie?
promise you it'll work, or that you'll even get an axe back.
Yeah,
Who knows?
no,
It might be two swords.
That's way more than enough to be like, yeah, no, you're not touching Grimball. Grimball's an axe through and through, nothing else.
But what if it wasn't?
It will strike back against you without any intervention of anyone else.
But what if it was a stethoscope?
It would probably explode to spite you.
I have no malice towards it. I'm not trying to make it anything that it isn't. It's just it. Listen, weaponsmithing is artistic expression.
You're
and
suggesting that
sometimes Canvas just wants to be free, and sometimes an axe wants to, be a dowsing rod.
This is true, but that still functions as an axe.
Sure, a lot of things can function as an axe.
Anyway, Grimball accepts no other form. You will find the metal unbending.
I don't know. That sounds a bit like heresy to me.
That sounds like squat soul work there for you.
I don't know what that means, but
I don't know. I just made all those words up at once.
oh, okay, that's fine. You're allowed.
Can I give it a silencer? What the fuck? Bruh.
That might be a bit difficult for an axe.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could, but would it do anything?
It's already silent.
Yeah, that's true. Compared to you,
It's the
it's pretty
screams of
silent.
People you hit that aren't.
Yep.
Yeah. I guess I could also get it envenomed. Classic. Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's two things that are achievable: a dueling grip and like an envenomed reservoir for it.
She said an envenomed grip.
No, a dueling grip.
A dueling grip.
A dueling grip and an envenomed reservoir.
Okay.
Yeah, you,
Alright.
you don't want the grip in Venom, because that'll just kill you. Hey,
That'd
Hugh, what are the odds of me actually being able to get either, well, ideal, like, high bar that I want to start from is MIU and the Mechadendrites, plural. So I'm assuming I'm going to have to negotiate down.
MIU might be pushing your luck a bit, yeah.
Okay. Oh, but the Mechadendrites plural may not be? And by plural, I mean literally two.
Plural, no. Mechadendrites take months of practice to use properly, and
Right.
they are given as symbols of status more than
Okay.
anything.
Alright. Okay, so I really haven't got much of a chance a whole lot at this point, huh?
If you bought the Augmetic Talent and got a Mechadendrite with that, then you would be able to get one. But just trying to persuade them to give you one, that might be harder.
Yeah, that's fair. Plus XP, I've not used it. I guess we're in downtime, so I probably can.
I mean, I have 15 and I don't know what to do with it. I guess I can up my weapon skill.
Yeah, that's an option. I am sitting on... How many am I sitting on? Oh, I have 31 XP, apparently. Probably use some of that.
I am sitting on 7. I am saving up for my next faith talent. Ooh,
Sure.
this is a question that I have for you, Hugh.
Yeah.
The faith talents are not listed as psychic talents. Are they considered psychic type talents,
Nope.
or are they something completely different?
They are different because you are calling on the might of the Emperor, not your own might.
Oh,
or that
okay.
of the war.
Okay.
Okay.
Nualia probably is still treating this as like, oh shit, do I have psyker abilities? And she's probably going to have to go to, probably either like go to the commissar and be like, I should report this, or like notify her handlers directly.
Fair enough. Up to you.
Because yeah, definitely this was like something that she was not able to do before, and all of a sudden, like, she's able to, like, mysterious tears that are not hers are showing up and healing people. It's like, that's not right. Helpful. Glad the Emperor's with us. That's not right.
I mean, if the Emperor's with you, then it's super right,
It's
no?
yeah, it is super right, but it's very strange, and it's like, okay, either we're really, really special. No, that's about it. We must be really, really special.
Hey, there you go.
Wells.
I am now better at hitting people.
Nice.
Well, good.
And if you can get me that dueling grip, I'm even better at hitting people. And if
Yeah.
you get me the venom thing, not only will I kill them more often, if I don't, they'll be poisoned. Got 'em.
I do need to get into melee combat with more people because I love that my sword has the parry ability, so it's just like, yeah, my defense is now 4 against melee attacks.
He's got a, you know,
Pretty useful.
he's got a rules of nature.
Rules of nature.
Well, that was close.
No. What I need to do is force of nature them. I'm a frickin' force of nature.
Wait, you're sliding into cover.
No, I'm sliding into TF2 Scout.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I'm a blur here. I'm a frickin' force of nature.
I prefer fucking Raiden Metal Gear
Raiden?
crazy.
Yeah, Raiden. Yes, Mr. Raiden Metal Gear himself.
No, John Metal Gear.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, John Metal Gear is the protagonist of main games, but Raiden
mean,
Metal Gear is the
yeah,
protagonist
yeah.
of that
I mean,
specific game.
But what about John Froman?
Listen.
Do I need to tell you about
Okay,
John
John
Fortune
Freeman.
Cookie, the CEO of Fortune Cookies?
Wait, I thought we were talking about John Freeman.
There's John Freeman and there's Gordon Froman.
Okay, so I know John Freeman, who
Yeah.
was one day in office.
Yeah. Gordon Froman, there is actually a really, really good webcomic online that is off of Half-Life 2, and it's Gordon Froman, who is constantly
Alright.
being mistaken for Gordon Freeman. And also he's the cause for like the vast majority of the things that happened in the world.
Yikes.
He is the reason we don't go to Ravenholm anymore.
Traditional cogitator. Tradition places.
Let me tell you my favorite. My favorite is John Sekiro.
John Sekiro? Yeah, that's
John Sekiro. I love saying that.
Yep.
That's a good ass game, but it is not good for replay.
What was it?
Sekiro.
Sekiro?
Mm,
Yeah, it's
Shadows Die Twice.
I want to play it really badly.
it is a very fun game. But my recommendation: follow a guide so you get the canon ending. Because playing it like 3 or 4 times isn't really cool. The first time, it's a giant dab. Everything after that, it doesn't have that same like Dark Souls, pick a different weapon kind of
Yeah.
thing going on.
Yeah, because it's way focused on your one weapon type, and it's more about blocking than anything
Yeah.
else.
And then you have other tools, but really,
Yeah.
here's what you need to do when you play the game: go into it believing that it is a rhythm game, and you'll have more fun.
All right.
That just makes me very excited for Billy Bust Up in fucking 3 years.
My spicy hot take didn't cause as big of a fire as I thought it might. I'm excited. No, I love when that happens because that means someone actually listens when I say the thing instead of being an irrational twat and digging their heels in. Love it.
So,
What was the fire? I'm curious.
There's this thing in the pagan community where people make this arbitrary fucking distinction between pagans and neo-pagans. Neo-pagan, new pagan, is a term that's used in academia to discuss all new forms of paganism, Wicca, Reconstructionism, blah, blah, blah. And it uses pagan to look at the historical cultures. In the modern pagan community, the identity pagan it's become a reclaimed term because it actually started as a religious slur. Neo-pagan got picked up to specifically point to like New Age or not academically based or more modern religions. And it's specifically a weird, arbitrary gray area line that a lot of like Reconstructionists try and draw to be like, but I have academia and history on my side, so don't group me with those low-life neo-pagan
yeah.
Wiccans. And I always like to point out, so I always like to point out, like, Wicca's older than Reconstruction is a motherfucker. And, yeah, so I just got on my fucking soapbox about how it's a useless, harmful, stupid term, and at best it's just intellectually lazy, and at worst it's used to ostracize people.
So,
Which that person took surprisingly well, because I did actually use that exact phrasing.
nice.
Kitty.
So,
Gabriel!
if I'm reading this correctly, theoretically,
Gabriel
I
is
could.
so happy. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Theoretically, I could get my Dendrite for 25 XP.
Yep.
Effectively, yeah.
You would need the talent, but if she already had the talent, would she need to do the... Or
Well,
rather, you already had the arm, so it could take your XP cost down theoretically, you said, because... usually, if you lose something, you just get the thing replaced, but if you're not getting it replaced, it could help with the points buy, because it helps balance your character.
Is
Yeah.
that an option?
Yeah, I'd allow that.
Okay.
I'd say you could knock off.
I should preface this with I do have 25. I have 31 XP available. I have not spent it on anything since we started.
I would say you can knock off 5 XP from the cost of the Mechadendrite to replace your servo arm.
Okay. I think I can do that.
It comes with the skill chip.
Does our squad already have bayonet lugs on all of our las rifles?
Yes.
Okay, alright. Then I'm gonna see about upgrading as many of those chain bayonets as I can.
Can I get a bayonet on my axe?
Look, no.
It's not
No.
how axes work.
No. Just have it attached to, like, the top of the haft. That way it becomes, like, a mini halberd. Look, if Greedfall can do it, so can we.
You Greedfall.
I fucking love that apparently in Greedfall, a fucking halberd is just a hand axe. It's just like, no, you do not know what a halberd is.
That reminds me of the in For Honor when it's first coming out, the Lawbringer. He clearly has a halberd, but no, it's a pole axe. It's like
No.
the Lawbringer wields the pole axe, and I'm like, bruh.
No, it's a halberd. The poleaxe doesn't have the stabby bit on the end of it. That's what the halberd is. It has the stabby bit on the end of it.
Yeah. I think the differentiation is that the halberds also have like a smashy part on the back.
Yeah, they're
Not all
very.
of them.
Not
Yeah,
all.
not
There's-
all,
It
but
can be a reverse edge to a halberd, but it can be a hook, it can be a hammer, it can be a blade.
The main.
Depends what the designer had in mind at the time. Really.
I know that the main thing is that you've got the spear tip for stabbing the horses, and then you've got the axe bits for chopping down on armor, as well as finishing anybody that didn't die with the horse.
God, I remember
But,
when
yeah.
I liked playing For Honor. Damn it,
Let's see.
that was a fun game. But then people got
Arc
toxic.
rifle.
Arc rifle is electricity gun.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, arc rifles are really cool.
Yep.
They're just Mechanicus things, and I don't know. Huh.
Get a transonic arquebus.
Don't know it.
It's like a gigantic electro sniper.
Yeah, imagine.
An Imperial rifle that fires depleted uranium shells.
Yeah, imagine a Barrett 50 cal, but it's also an anti-tank material rifle.
Yeah.
I think the other explanation worked a little better.
Fair. Say what?
I mean, it's certainly anti-material.
It's definitely anti-material.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out what to do here.
No, I know what we need. We need to give Riven a Volkite blaster.
I don't know what that means, but it looks
So
like it's pretty powerful.
the description of it is archaic relics of past eras. Volkite weapons direct focused beams of inferno strength heat over range to melt enemies from the inside out.
It's a Bui laser instead of a Pew laser.
Yeah.
And on that
Oh.
note, it's 7:30.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Damn. All right.
Still.
We return.
Still putting together some more of our list. Anything that I find
As many comms
interesting.
as you can get me.
Yes, thank you. Comm beads and or comm headsets.
Prey sensor the night goggles?
They can also see heat vision.
Yes.
Presence goggles with the added note of goggalore.
But yeah, we return from our break and rejoin Riven.
Who's wandering around like an idiot?
Yeah, you can see a collection of engine seers working on various vehicles, and a multitude of servitors assisting them.
Really not sure what to do. Can I actually Can I pause this? Can we rejoin this with once someone else has had a scene? Because I'm not entirely sure what to do right now.
Yeah, sure, that's no problem.
I do have a question.
Yes.
With coming back from our last mission, and I know I've asked this on every single, after every single mission, do I get any influence bonus from all of the shit that we managed to pull off?
Not yet.
Okay, alright.
Our legend hasn't spread far enough.
It has not yet, but, I thought, maybe successfully stealing a god machine, blowing up an entire base, poisoning half a continent,
Yeah,
It's been a day and no one has been
I-
told that you stole
Poison.
that
I
machine.
know.
Honestly, I would put the shopping list off until we've been here a few days.
Yeah, I just want to make
I
sure
wouldn't
we
do
at
it
least... Yeah, I want to make sure we at least don't hold it off until halfway, because I feel like giving them a couple of days to gather stuff might make the DNs slightly easier. That's my hope, anyway.
So, maybe I just want to I don't know. Maybe I just want to figure out what the structure is because this is our new base. I know for a week, but we're probably coming back here. Same way.
Possibly. I imagine our next offensive is probably going to be breaking into one of the major bases, or even stopping the siege on the mountain stronghold. But that's my bet. So we may be moving up after this base, but this thing has been set up to stay here.
Yeah, I feel like.
Thank you for the follow, Spatial Anarchy.
Hi, Anna!
What?
the fuck?
What?
I know
Oh,
this one.
You know this one, okay.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
That was such an excited voice.
I only just recently saw the fucking Sleepy Time video that voice is from, Alex.
It is the sleepy time.
This is the time
It's
for
the
the
time
sleep.
for the sleep. You take head, you put on pillow, and you go to sleep. If you cannot sleep, I suggest
The
some warm milk. You go to sleep like baby.
It is time for Agrotrom brand Sleep Aid. Observe.
I was gonna say a bonk on the head.
Yeah.
Well, the amusing thing is I used to speak in a lot higher voice, and I got stuck in a Russian accent, and that's when I stopped, because your voice kind of drops when you do a Russian
Oh, yeah.
accent.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is very difficult to do a Russian accent without going down an octave.
Well, it's a thing because you have to sit low in your throat, you know.
Of course.
And then here I am, fucking. I have to do the same thing for fucking French almost every time I do it. Except for when I get exasperated.
If I'm doing French, I have to talk quieter. That's the weird thing for me.
So while Riven is off doing their thing, what are you guys up to?
Well, I'm socializing with the new people, figuring them out.
Nualia is probably going around the entire barracks, taking inventory of everything, asking people questions, also socializing a little bit.
Yep. Definitely mostly with Swordman, but I'm a little curious about Noble Person. What was their name again? Bover? Boulette.
Alex is getting crackers, so Flux is gonna take 5 and let Lanewald keep bullying the newbies.
Sick.
Nualia is going to go up to Lanewald, and is just going to whisper to her. I am positive that you have this well in hand, but if any of them give you extra trouble, or just really don't want to take the lessons to heart, send them to me. I'm sure that while the Guard has a great deal of discipline, it is not quite the same as the Sisters of Battle monasteries.
Lanewald gives you a nod and a grin. Yeah, probably right there. I'll keep that in mind. But
Of course.
I think I got my hand on most of these guys. She gives less a glare who returns it.
Of course. As I said, I have faith in your abilities, but just
Less
in
is
worst
next after.
yeah, in worst case scenario, of course.
There's 2 ways this can go. Either Lanewald's gonna murder Lace, or they're gonna end up fucking.
I swear to God.
I'm just gonna get Lace addicted to my cigars, and then I become his dealer.
I half want Lace to become like the one like serial killer dude from the Gaunt's Ghost trilogy, or not trilogy but series.
I mean, Hugh basically did give us a wannabe serial killer.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that the one that got kicked out of the Arbites?
Yep.
Too violent.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about with that though, right, Hugh? The dude that like murdered the dude that killed Try Again Bragg.
Yeah.
I know his death was that he eventually fell to Chaos influence and attempted to assassinate Gaunt, and then they managed to kill him.
Good. Never liked him.
Oh yeah, no, he was a dick. I wanted him to die the moment he started. Like, the moment they revealed who his character really was, I was like, okay, no, he needs to be shot in the face, like, right now. Because, yeah, he has a very, very gruesome start. One that I am not going to repeat here.
This just in: local man kills guy.
No, it's far
Kill
worse than that.
Creed as well.
Local man tortures and then kills guy.
Worse than that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who are we talking about?
I mean,
one of the characters in the Gaunt's Ghost series, a Warhammer 40k series. Yeah, he's really bad. His intro is bad enough that I'm not going to repeat it on stream.
All right.
Does he kill Toner Creed?
He killed quite a few people. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
it was when he killed Creed that I was like, all right, no, this guy has to go.
Yeah, because I know their sniper had basically figured out who he was and as they were about to deal with a chaos charge, told somebody, a woman that he was like starting to form a relationship with, because he knew the dude was going to attempt to kill him during that, and they fought during it. He killed her, and then at one point, I think for some reason he killed Bragg. That especially for me was like, no, Bragg deserved better than that.
He sounds like a classic edgy rogue.
He is a bit. He is person that fell to chaos very easily.
Understandable.
Yeah, aside from your chat with Laneworld, who else do you want to talk to, Noelia?
She's
Whatever you
I'd
do.
say let Agril go around. I think honestly probably like us two go back and forth between our
Yeah, that's
people.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out. See, this is weird. I want to talk to Boulette, but I also want to talk to Lace, and I kind of want to get to Lace first before, like, the hard hand comes in. So it's like a coin flip. Nah, I'll go talk to Lace. Agrotron would start there. He's not good with prissy people. So he's gonna approach.
Les has roughly kicked his kit bag under his bunk and then sat next to the bunk before Laneworld shouted him into actually making it, and then he sat beside it after finishing and has just been scowling around watching the others.
Yeah. Agrotron approaches him, cigar in hand, say, "You tough guy, you smoke?"
Only if it's gonna make me trip balls.
Well, you'd have to look a lot harder. I can certainly tell you this makes you feel nice.
Fuck it then. What do I care?
There
Nothing's
you
nice
go.
in this place.
My cigars are. I assure you, you'll come to love them.
He
You
waves
tell
his
him.
hand dismissively. I'm not interested in your fancy whatever the fuck that is.
It's just like a low stick, but better.
I don't give a shit. Low sticks don't do nothing for me.
Oh, you built a tolerance?
Yeah. Amount of shit I've dropped. Got a tolerance to everything.
That's mighty unfortunate. I'll have to find you something nice one of these days. Something made for a people squat like me. That does you humans in pretty good. But aside from that, where are you from?
Gives you a bit of side eye. Why does it matter?
I'm
Stuck
curious.
here now.
That's true. But I like to hear stories from my comrades. It's fun. Helps me know how to deal with you as well, if I must. In that, how to best help you in combat.
Me a persuasion roll.
No problem. I'm so good at persuasion. Hey! It's
That's
what I got.
glory.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gives you a bit of a sharp look. Who's asking? Why you want to know? What's my past got to do with any of this?
Let me ask you what mine has to do with it. What does theirs have to do with it? It doesn't. But we're not doing anything right now. And I want to hear about it. Is that not enough? Or are you so hard and jaded that you can't talk about something that you might think is better than this place?
Spit on the floor. Better? No, definitely weren't better than this shit. Fucking step up, arguably. I come from a shithole little backwater covered in hives, full of weak people with weak wills and broken backs. Was a
That
dome
sounds like a
runner.
hive, yes.
Yeah, I was a dome runner. You know, one of those motherfuckers that runs along the skin of the hive in the fucking acid rain and shit to deliver important things to important people who don't want to be involved in the enforcers and the like. That didn't go so great. Mainly because I was a violent son of a bitch and didn't work well with a group. So I joined the enforcers because I figured, hey, you know what? They like beating the shit out of people. I'll do fine. But no, apparently I'm too fucking violent. So here I am.
He just nods. Too violent. I see. As in instigation or mutilation. There's multiple toons of violence, I find.
He shrugs and materializes a knife from his person, spins it between his fingers, and then expertly throws it up above his head and to have it embed itself in a crack in the metal panels in the ceiling between two of them. Bit of both, shall we say.
Quite skilled, I like that.
Knives you can trust. Guns, they break, they jam.
This generally we agree on. Oftentimes these Imperial make weapons do not function so well. My people's weapons, though, perfect. And then I always have Grimball here, and he displays the axe.
He pulls the las gun he was issued from the crate in the center of the room, looks it over. This thing ain't too bad, I guess, but keep me blades. And he reaches into his collar, pulls the hilt of another knife out, and then pushes it back in.
I take it you have many of those.
I have enough. And he gives you a slight grin at that.
If I could have multiple axes of this quality, I would too. Although I'd find it much harder to store than a few knives. Let me guess. Rig covers the ribs, few at the hip, one or two on the back.
It gives you a praising look.
Nualia calls out, two in the boots.
Something like that. Definitely in the boots.
Resourceful. I think you'll be much more of a help than some might initially think. Every company needs someone of your kind of skill and persuasion.
Pulls himself up to his feet and takes a couple of steps over to you, Aquatron, looming over you, giving you a kind of confused look. What's your angle, little man? No one else here has said shit to me since I fucking got bundled into a transport with them. But now you're all chatty.
Well, I wasn't in the transport, no? I've been here a while. Vet of 4 combats. I know my way around people, and I know that sitting around and just staring and glowering does not ingratiate anyone. In fact, it generally makes people want to shoot you, or frag you, as the common soldiery likes to say.
Can attest to that.
He points out. You'll find...
Well, then the feeling's mutual.
He says, if this is how you choose to take it, then so be it. But regardless, I like to know my comrades. And that is it. Helps me do my job. Sometimes it helps them do their job. He shrugs. It's easy. A lot nicer than, as I said, just glowering in a corner. I learned that one the hard way.
His head a little and moves back to sit beside his bunk. Well, that's the best you're getting out of me. Like my privacy.
Of course.
I
Don't be a stranger, though.
I do have one question for you, but not about your past. Tell me, how much do you know of the 999th record?
Nothing.
I will admit that for the other companies, I do not know much about, or for the other platoons rather, I do not know much about their records. However, I have seen them take several losses in combat. I've also seen several of them absolutely wipe out enemies, so half and half. As for us, our very first engagement here on the planet, with half of this squad size, we helped break a siege on St. Cardias' Rest. We charged the command bunker on the enemy trench line from behind their lines. We had 144 kills and no losses. In all of our time here on the planet, we have only had one loss, and that is because they were blown to bits before I could do anything to help them. Personally, I quite like to keep that record. We have several hundred unconfirmed kills, and she just kind of smiles at that, as well as nearly 200 confirmed kills between all of us. Far better record than most guardsmen, I would say. And all respect to your privacy. Personally, have at it. But for myself, I'd like to keep as many people in this squad as possible alive. All of them, if we can help it. That doesn't mean we all have to be friends, but it does mean we have to work together. As well, we do incredibly crazy things. Not only did we poison part of the continent, but we also drove a truck bomb into a base and blew it up. So, if you want to stay alive, follow orders.
Les kind of gives a puff. Well, if you keep that record when we charge a entrenchment head on instead of from behind during a siege when they're distracted, then maybe you'll have earned something. However, Leisha kind of steps forward, her bed immaculate and neatly made. Her uniform's still a complete mess. Steps forward. Do people get injured often? Are they bad injuries? Ula steps forward and says, actually, I'd like to know that myself. How severe are we talking?
Well,
As an ear or general?
Well, it is true that we do take quite a few injuries. We do extremely dangerous things. But there are two things to keep in mind. Do any of you know what the average lifespan of a guardsman is? In an active war zone, that is.
Leisha goes ever so slightly paler than the already almost porcelain shade of her skin, and Boulette nods slowly. About an hour during engagement, as I understand.
Actually, better than that. Depending on everything. 16 hours was the average that I had heard. But, of course, that all depends on where you are. Look around this room to all of the people that were here before you. Every single one of them, except for Lesa and Agril, were here from the start when we arrived. About, out of character, it was what, a month ago?
Nah, less than that. About 2 weeks at this point.
2 weeks? Okay. About 2.5 weeks. In that time, we have seen almost constant combat. And all of these people are alive. That is a damn sight better than any guardsman regiment.
Christoph grins and shouts out, well, mostly. Reese is only half alive.
Nualia does laugh at that and just, like, waves him down.
I mean, she's breathing. That counts.
Yeah.
It does, yes.
Yeah. But yeah. But yes, we have kept everyone alive. Injuries are to be expected. As for how bad they can get, none of... Well, I won't say none of... rarely they will get worse than mine, and she'll open up her chest plate and show the scar where the pipe went through her lung.
Leisha blanches noticeably and turns a little green in the cheeks.
To be...
Bula kind of winces. Most of the other recruits watch on. A couple of whistles of impressed troopers. A couple of gasps of shock. A few groans of sympathy.
Oh no, if you think this is bad, just wait until you hear the time that I intercepted a tank shell with a power sword. And she's just gonna leave it at that and close up her chest plate.
Yeah. Agotrim will just say, I made the whole song about that. It was beautiful.
Lamore grins and pulls her shirt open to reveal the fresh bullet hole through her chest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we all take a bit of a battering, but we're mostly in one piece.
Indeed. Injuries likely will happen. It is war. It is unfortunately unavoidable. We do our very best to limit the number of even injuries, but, as I said, to date, we have only lost one person, and that was because they took a direct hit from an autocannon. So, we've got a very good record of keeping everyone alive, mostly because we stick to the plan, and we listen and work together.
Flux has been in the barracks just listening to this, right?
Sure.
Because I don't think they left anywhere.
No.
No, I don't think you did.
Don't think you did.
Yeah. They'll just kind of push themselves up off the wall. I got sent here to die, and now I'm leading you chuckle fucks. Stick together, we get in, we get out.
You hear a chuckle from Les and someone else in the newbies that you can't spot. And Bula says, I am truly enthused to hear it, Sergeant.
Believe you me when I tell you that if there was anyone who was going to keep you alive in this entire place, it would be Flux.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that as the squad medicus. And if you do want any kind of proof of my own skills as medicus to keep you alive, that pipe through my chest, I was the one who stopped myself from dying of it.
Leisha looks even more horrified, and Bula gives you a grimace.
I am a sister of battle. We are trained to be disciplined. We are trained to be able to operate in all sorts of conditions, and I mean that both situational and personal physical condition. You will stay alive if the Emperor demands it, and by my word, he will demand it.
By the end of this, you're gonna be wishing that she let you die so you didn't have to listen to any more of the self-righteous speeches.
Or me, I find.
She just gives Flux a grin.
More chuckles break out from the new troopers. Christoph gives a bit of a cheer and a whoop.
Good question. Sorry, this is for documents for the last 5-10 minutes. If I want to set a skill from 0 to 4, am I thinking incremental cost or the full cost?
Can't hear.
Full cost. No, from
Wait,
from 0 to 4.
From 0,
it would be,
full cost.
Be full cost.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And yes, Alex, I will absolutely quote the death. Or were you telling me to do that?
Oh, yeah, I was throwing in my 2 cents from the background for your little here's how good we are speech.
Oh yeah. No, I was definitely gonna throw that shit out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, then I'm going to burn all of my XP and do some modifications on my character.
Sick.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Yup. Alright. So...
Is Riven getting tentacles?
No, unfortunately not. No,
Damn it!
Riven is getting very good at stealth.
Ooh.
because Riven
Just
has
one
decided.
more reason for me to take you out on more dates.
Yeah, well, now I can actually participate.
You both can
It-
sneak away successfully.
Listen,
Yeah.
I don't mind taking the lead.
Bruh.
Well, that's good to know.
Alright.
All right.
I think Agotrum is now going to move on to Boule. He's kind of like I think he's heard this speech more than once now.
Hmm.
Heard it when Noali was practicing it. Got him. I mean,
It was, these speeches are not practiced, but you've definitely heard speeches like them before.
yeah.
Just, she furiously scrubs the plate mail from her chest, just holds it out and practices in the pseudo mirror. I was gonna make that image worse and say the ass plate, but I'm not sure they have one.
No,
probably not.
there's definitely a butt plate, but I don't know that it looks like a butt.
I'm just saying, it would definitely lend some, a new meaning to talking out of your ass.
So what is the, out of curiosity, and this is gonna be a question for Noelia later, what is the best kind of sniper rifle that I get from what we have available?
Long last.
Long last it is.
Yeah, most likely. Or
I
rather, that's going to
think
be
we
the-
have some already.
I think.
You have a spare.
Do we have a spare? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Actually,
but that's mine.
You
Of course.
did
But we-
pitch 3 more
Yeah.
Did we?
from the guards on duty.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Because
yeah.
Packard and I are
amazing.
like stealing shit a lot.
Dependable.
Oh yeah, it's time to break the scavenging rules. Gets killed.
All right.
Wait,
so
wait, I have a question. Did
Shoot.
Packard's long las get replaced with anything?
Still a long last.
So his
Okay.
is still reliable, which is where it counts. He's the one getting all of the complications.
yeah, that's a little better.
All right.
Obviously, I'm not rolling this for anything real, so ignore the glory and everything else.
There's a good number of dice.
Or
Yep. Yeah, ignore the glory. I'm not actually doing like a thing here.
No,
I just wanted to see what it looked like.
No. Where are you sneaking so we can get that point of glory?
Yeah, I know.
Anyway.
No, so I'm gonna go. Sorry, can I actually? Is it okay if I pick up? Because I
Yeah.
now know what I'm doing.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna go stop by the guys repairing the trucks and just ask like, hey, so a really funny story. I ripped my own eye out, performed auto surgery. I need to get it replaced. Can y'all tell me where to go?
yeah, the engineer you speak to, working on a Salamander scout vehicle with a couple of servitors, is standing beside the vehicle, gesturing and screeching binary at the servitors as they work. And as you approach and state your case, she turns to you. The traditional servo arm of an engineer on her left shoulder. Her face largely unaugmented, it seems, save for a couple of cables you can see snaking up the around her neck, behind her head, under her hood. She looks at your face and your missing eye, and brings a hand up to her lips. Sister, are you all right?
Well,
You took your own eye out.
So let me ask you a question. Have you seen the God Machine?
Waves furious at you.
Okay.
Waves you closer.
Gotcha.
We're not supposed to talk about that.
Okay, so that was my work.
But you made it?
No. I got it here. I wrote in it, and it was glorious.
You were the squad that rescued
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Ah, I see. And you lost your eye in the battle.
No, I lost my eye. Well, we blew up a checkpoint, so I set up a remote detonation in a car, and I drove it from a good ways away.
I must say, I am impressed. I have never been deployed to the front lines. I don't think it suits me. I much prefer working here. But you should see the Magos. He is currently in warehouse 10, but if you ask the Skitarius on duty to uh, inform him of your presence, I'm sure they'll help.
I will. Thank you. I will do so. And I can only hope, in the name of the Omnissiah, that you never have to see battle. Hopefully, you can live a long life, building and repairing.
Yes, I would certainly prefer that. My hand is far better suited to. She slaps the hull of the salamander beside her.
Riven nods.
Machines.
It's nice being around this much technology. There's not a whole lot out in the front. But every once in a while you come across something, impressive. So I'll keep an eye out for your work. And thank you for all you do.
She nods and says, Omnissiah bless your path, sister, and I hope you get your eye fixed.
Thank you. Me too. And I give her a little bow and head off to warehouse 10.
This is going to be the
She makes the sign
nicest
of the cog
mechanicus.
mechanicus and gives you a bow, and then turns back to the salamander, and you hear as you walk away, oh god, no, 5431. A screech of binary that you're able to translate as a series of orders giving a servitor precise instructions to take 3 steps backwards, turn left, and then advance. But yeah, you approach Hangar 10, where you can see several Skitarii, their hoods pulled up over gas masked heads, carrying long, ornate rifles that you would know is called a galvanic rifle. And
The cool
fires
guy guns.
a self-guided bullet.
Ooh,
The bullet has a tiny machine spirit in it.
Oh, that's so cool. One day. Yeah, I'll give them I'll give them a little greeting and just I'm here to here to do two things really. I need to get my eye fixed, and if I can, I'd love to see the Magos.
The Skitarius on duty takes several sharp steps towards you before standing ramrod straight in front of you and screeching a string of binary, giving his identity code and authorization level, which is above yours by several degrees,
Of course.
and requesting a query for your purpose. And as you speak, he gives you a very robotic and stiff nod and turns around, takes 2 steps away from you, waits for a moment, and Riven, you are somewhat attuned to the workings of mechanical systems. The augmentations that allow you to process and understand binary include some modifications to your hearing, and you hear the telltale hum, very faint, of a Vox transmission before this guitarist turns around, takes 2 steps back towards you, and screeches another chain of binary that contains the authorization code of the Magos, stating for you to wait there for precisely 10 minutes.
All right. I give them a nod and just sort of, stand there, kind of relaxed.
Yeah, this guitarist makes absolutely no motion.
Of course.
And after 10 minutes has elapsed, the small personnel door of Hangar 10 opens, and a red-robed figure stoops low to step out from within. And they glide forward, seemingly weightless, accompanied by the sound of myriad clicks and whirs. As they rise to their full height, you can see that their body extends behind them a few feet, the red robe covering all, and the hood pulled back to reveal a androgynous face. You can't really place any features, as most of the head has been augmented in some fashion. The eyes are quite advanced augmetic orbs. There are no eyelids. They've been surgically removed. The scalp is bald with several metal plates with sockets connecting to cables that snake under the robes. The lower jaw is entirely mechanical, as is a large section of the throat. They skitter towards you, sliding sinuously along the ground.
You guys
And
have no
from
right
around
being
the
that
chest
hot.
area, you can see two mechanical humanoid arms extending from the shoulders. And from the front of the robes spill several other pairs of mechanical arms of different varieties, many with attached tools for mechanical work.
I don't have like a designation number or anything. I feel like I've asked this before, but I mean I probably do, but I don't actually know what it is as a person.
You definitely do have a designation. The Mechanicus is pretty esoteric. Each Forge World has their own way of designating, but
Oh,
the
interesting.
Martian way, the pattern that Mars uses, is a Greek letter followed by a 3-digit number string, followed by a 2-digit number string and a letter.
More letters than I have in my name. Okay. We could sort that out later, I guess.
It could be anything you want, really. If you've got something
Yeah.
in mind, then be my guest. It doesn't really matter. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, that can be an offline conversation. I will give a deep bow. And say this unit has come requesting repairs on a missing augmatic eye. I was directed to you.
Magos leans in over you, and one of the augmatic arms extends from within the robes, unfolding a trio of very delicate manipulator fingers. And
Yeah,
it
I'll take
takes
the eye
your
patch off.
chin, holds you still, and leans in, turning you slightly to the side so it can examine your empty eye socket
Mhm.
before leaning back and releasing your chin. Yes, this can be sorted out without much difficulty. Tell me, what are the circumstances of the loss of your eye? I noticed you turbo arm.
Yes. So both of them were unfortunately lost in the Emperor's service. I set a circumstances required me to remotely operate a vehicle to destroy an enemy not an outpost, enemy checkpoint. So I used both my eye and my arm to accomplish what the flesh was not willing to do.
See a distinct frown pass across the pale features of the Magos. Destruction of Omnissian property is a distinct sin.
It was the best option at the time. It was not a sacrifice I made happily, but one that I felt was necessary at the time. If I've made a mistake, I can certainly reflect on it.
Do you possess a mind interface?
You're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. Ironically, you're kind of robotic.
You said, "Do you have a mind?"
Do you possess an MIU or interface port?
No, I don't.
Pauses for a moment and stares off to the middle distance. You see the irises of the mechanical eyes, quite clearly mechanical, as they are silver orbs etched with the facsimile of an eye. They flicker for a moment before the Magos slings in.
Your unit was responsible for the retrieval of an item most valuable to the Mechanicus, was it not?
Correct. It was a pleasure to pilot.
Perhaps in service to the Omnissiah can be forgiven this transgression.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
They give a slow nod, still eyeing you a little judgingly.
Fine.
Yes. Service such as yours deserves recognition nonetheless.
Don't like the
He
tone. Of
pauses
that.
for a moment, and then he screeches a string of binary at you.
Alright.
A chain of data that you don't recognize. It's bound up in an encryption key.
Interesting.
But tagged to the end of it is the Magos's personal identification string.
Did the people just give me his number?
Repeat
It
that
also
to-
comes.
Repeat that to Magos clearing of the... Well, you will find them down in the lower hangars to the south.
Do so.
They will replace your eye and your servo arm.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The Magos.
Also embedded in this is instructions to meet him after dark.
Bruh. Don't even joke.
Yeah, the Magos inclines their head, and their main set of arms forms the Cog Mechanicus.
Yeah, I
Omnis
returned.
guide and deliver you, sister.
Thank you. And you as
Oh,
well.
I didn't see your comment till just now.
And Riven gives a deep bow and heads further south.
Yeah.
What?
You pick your way south past a massive landing craft perched on a pad behind the warehouses you were just at. Currently being unloaded by a group of troopers hauling out large crates as the massive engines click and ping as they cool in the morning air. And past those, past the tarmac and the launching catapults of the airstrip, towards a group of hangars at the far end of the encampment, beyond the edges of the map. Before which you can see more Skitari, some on patrol, some on guard. Several of the hangar bay doors are wide open, revealing Mechanicus vehicles.
Oh,
A couple of transport vehicles, a few ornithopters.
fantastic. I think I'm probably just I'm a tourist at this. I'm just like appreciating everything that's there. Like probably legitimately just walking around a little bit and like just eyeing everything, you know, big eyes and
Question:
It's
what's an
the technology-
ornithopter?
Show you.
in the context of 40K, I'm not sure, but in general, it's sort of like
So-
a. Go ahead.
So yeah, in the real world, an ornithopter is an aircraft that flaps its wings to fly.
They use
In the
them
Mechanicus,
to-
it is exactly that, but it also has jet engines and carries heavy stubbers of a variety.
So this guy.
You know,
Sick.
in Dune, one of their main airplanes was ornithopters, and I think Command and Conquer uses them as well.
It's also a big thing in various Magic settings as well.
Yeah.
But they're not. Well, sometimes they're. Yeah.
Sometimes
But
they're
I figured
called
that might be-
ornithopters, but yeah.
Yeah. You pass one of the hangars where the Ornithopter is parked, crouched low on its landing gear like a bird of prey. Servitor is servicing its weaponry, reloading and refilling the ammo capacitors. You can see a collection of Skitarii pilots wearing close-fitting rubber jumpsuits that end at the knees and elbows, transitioning into their augmetic limbs, and blank, faceless, goggle-eyed hoods that cover their faces. A heavy rebreather tube connecting to a waist-mounted air cylinder.
Can I just stay here? Anyway, yeah, no, I'm gonna give them a wave and shooter off in binary that I'm looking for Migos clearance about an augmentic eye replacement.
And thus we lost Riven as she drowned in a sea of tentacles and technology, never to be heard from again.
Listen, if Riven dies during downtime, this is the best place to go.
Yeah, one of the Skitarii pilots nods and gestures, pointing to the right, saying,
The Magos can be found 2 hangars down, tending to the servo drones.
I'll go speak to them. Thank you.
yeah, you head down 2 hangars into one that is lined with shelves and benches and workbenches for mechanical labor. You see lathes, table saws, drill presses, and a multitude of engine seers working at the tables. Servitors moving supplies around, but none of them performing any of the actual labor. It appears to be a production line of sorts, producing capsule-shaped objects about 3 feet long and 1.5 feet or so wide that seem to be comprised of several different panels that interlock, suggesting hidden weapons and propulsion systems. Some of those that are still in construction lack their outer shell, and you can see a collection of mechanical systems, gun attachments with what appear to be bolt weapons mounted onto them. You can see anti-grav repulsors. Pardon?
In the capsules? Sorry, I blanked out for a second. Wow.
Yep.
That's wild.
You can also see a jar, a fairly small one, but you recognize it as a cerebral container where a piece of a human brain is kept to act as a cognition device.
I see where we're going with this. Okay. Alright, well that's
AI
in
illegal.
the middle of it all, standing in the middle of it all, directing it all with kind of composer's gestures, stands a 8-foot-tall woman wearing the red robes of the Mechanicus.
Magic words, 8-foot-tall woman. Okay.
As she turns to face you, though, you can see that her face is entirely porcelain and does not move at all.
Ooh!
What?
I know
That's
this
so
one.
cool. Alright, that's so cool.
Electric flickering blue eyes peer out at you from within the frozen features.
Yeah,
And a
I'm gonna
ever so slightly mechanically modulated voice issues forth and repeats your entire identity string, saying,
It's good to see you.
Thank you.
I like to meet all of our members when I am deployed.
I appreciate that, and I'm sort of stammering a little bit. This is like, I think this is the first time Riven's met a Mechanicus who who had any, I guess, sense of aesthetic, really? Because that's what it sounds like.
Sense of aesthetic, sense of being nice.
Well, I mean, plenty of these people have been nice in the Mechanicus way. This is
Yeah, that's fair.
Joel. Do I know anything about this woman, or what the?
Seen her before.
Wait, I've seen her before?
Never seen her before.
Okay, cool, awesome. That's not weird, but all right, that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna give a genome, as I've been doing all day. Very deep bow and say, Magos Clitorin, I need to. I've come to you to get an augmetic eye replaced, but I wonder if that's beneath you. Is that something that you would be willing to perform?
Of course, my dear. It is my profession as genitor to see to all biological necessities.
Well, thank you. I would appreciate that. Do you have time?
She gives you a nod, and as she speaks to you, you see 3 mechadendrites snake out from the back of her robes and continue conducting the assembled engine seers. As she raises her hand, you had initially assumed that her hands were gloved, as they were black. But as she raises it, you can see that it is a very finely wrought augmetic with blackened metal of carefully crafted, rounded plates that interlock seamlessly as her fingers flex. And as she flexes the fingers and straightens them out, each one splits open along the middle, and a medical tool protrudes from within, a scalpel from one, a needle from another, calipers and forceps.
Okay.
You're gonna need to give Avery a minute to calm down.
Please accompany me, sister. I will tend to your ministrations.
Gladly.
Don't forget,
I'm
you
gonna-
were also told to repeat the binary string.
Yes, I will do that. Just for verification, and then screech the entire binary string.
Screech the song
Indeed.
of your people.
Screech the song of my people. Ending with the code for the previous Magos, whose name I didn't actually catch. But I didn't ask, so.
You know, you also could embed your phone number.
Yeah, but I don't have a phone.
Yeah, as
You have a comm line.
Embed your
as you repeat the
frequency.
binary string, the Magos pauses for a moment, cocking her head to one side.
How interesting. It seems you will also be receiving a few extras this endeavor.
Oh. Such as?
Magos Starline has instructed me to install interface ports for you.
Oh. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Not at all. Then follow me, sister.
She gestures and leads you out of this hangar into the hangar to the right of it. The doors of this one are closed, and as you step in through the personnel door, you can see why, as there are a variety of medical bed tables and beds laid out in this chamber, and a rack of servitors suspended, hanging from a metal frame at the other end of the room. A couple of them laying on the beds, being tended to by junior janitors, repairing their functions.
When Mechanicus could take invasive surgery and make it sexy.
Listen, just because you're a technophile.
Is that the term?
Yes.
Oh,
The
that's
genitor
fancy.
leads you over to one of the
You're
beds
welcome.
and gestures for you to disrobe and make yourself comfortable. And as
Yeah.
she walks, you notice that her legs are also augmetic, the same black metal as her hands, only with integrated 9-inch heels
That's
that come to
amazing.
a very fine spike.
God.
Avery is just so happy to have met this person.
Avery is gonna just have to make a new character as Ribbon just leaves us for the
Yep.
hot janitor.
Yep.
Just step on me.
9-inch heels. God. This is the most fun I've ever had.
Good job,
with surgery.
Hugh. You broke Avery. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Because you should be. It's glorious.
Yep.
As you begin to disrobe and sit yourself on the table, the Mago said,
Tell me, sister, how long has it been since you were at one of our forge shrines?
I don't know if I've ever been to a forge shrine.
Indeed. Where did you study our arts? If I might ask. I hope
Of
it's not
course.
prying.
No, it's not prying at all. We never really decided on this.
Start
it could be
bullshitting.
any way you want. Many
Ye-
Mechanicus
yeah.
are trained on Forge Worlds. Many are trained at Mechanicus outposts on various worlds.
I'd like to think that she was probably trained like on a ship, if that's possible.
Yeah, that's very possible. Every ship
because-
has a Mechanicus conclave on it.
Because she was born on a station, so it would make a lot of sense. That it's actually very possible that Synchronized Rest is the first planet she's actually been on. Now that I'm
is
thinking
fair.
about it, that is entirely possible. This is the first time that she's been planet side. So I'm gonna say she names a not particularly impressive but functional ship with a Mechanicus conclave that I don't know the name of right now.
Worries?
Yes, I know the vessel. An explorator ship. That would explain what brought you into our fold. Do you remember the tentacles of the Omnissiah?
I should. I don't. Is this something I actually have to look up as a person, or can we just say that?
No.
yes?
You can say that you remember, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a scholar
Just know
roll.
Hugh's
See
gonna
how
make you
well
bullshit it.
Ribbon remembers.
Yeah, that's fine, because I am not around other. It's totally reasonable. I'm in the army. I don't know people. Like,
You've not had to
Alright.
say them for a while. No one's been breathing down your neck about it.
yeah. Plus, I've
Yeah,
got
you
6 dice
definitely
net.
remember the Canticles of the Omnissiah.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Excellent. Go ahead and repeat the second canticle for me.
She begins bustling with a few shelves off to one side of the chamber.
Yep. I literally online looking for it, trying to find them.
Hail circuit board full of electricity.
Maybe.
Something like that.
That was Mechanicus. Yeah. Oh, good. It's because they're not written down anywhere. That's helpful.
This one for you.
Oh, do you want me to actually? Oh, okay.
No, you don't have to actually, like, read it out. I'm not gonna force you to.
Okay.
But,
Yeah.
you can if you want to.
I could send you my old Google Doc of canticles, but they're all combat related.
This one is also. But you know what? Let's fine. I like this. Sure, I can read those. Immortal Omnissiah, hear our prayer. We are your servants, the executors of your grand design. We march into the crucible of war, and we beseech you to walk by our side. Bestow upon us the blessings of your omniscient sight, and direct us where you will. By our actions, may your grand design be wrought upon the stars. Omnissiah bless
Feel
us
a
all.
sudden prick on your neck.
Ah, nice. May we bring glory unto thee.
Yeah, everything fades out and you hear the Magos's voice.
Very good, sister. Rest easy. You'll be back to normal in no time.
Well, that's one way to do it, sure.
Yeah, you
I am
wake
unconscious.
up about 2 hours later with a series of plugs running down the back of your neck,
Very nice.
as well as a new eye, and
Fantastic.
there is also a servo arm awaiting you.
Okay.
A lesser janitor working on a servitor on the bed beside you, glances up as you begin to stir. Ah, sister, you are awake.
Yes.
Magos Cathella has returned to administration of the servo drones.
Please give her my thanks if I don't see.
Of course.
Is this is the new arm as well?
Indeed, retrieved from our supplies.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'll take it with me and fix it back at barracks.
He nods. Understandable. Omnissiah bless you, sister.
Indeed as well. I'll sort of shoulder the servo arm and stagger back to my feet and start making my way back to the barracks.
Making my way.
Yep.
Downtown, working fast.
Jeez. Well, it's uptown, but because I'm very south right now.
Yeah, you're able to make your way back to the barracks. What are the rest of you up to? Agrotrom, you were going to chat to Boulert.
Yes. Yeah, you will approach them basically the same as Lace. Says, do you smoke one with the luxurious gait?
She grimaces and looks down at you, down her nose at you. Ugh, no, filthy habit.
It's not for everyone. Tell me, where are you from?
I'm from a long line of noble warriors, leaders and generals of Gideon, the home of the 301st, the Taurus Igni itself. It's disgraceful that I have to slog my way up from private.
Well, how else would you get proper battlefield experience?
She
From
sneers
behind.
a little at that. Experience is nothing compared to good sense and natural talent.
So, would you want a doctor with no experience but good sense and talent to replace part of your brain?
She frowns a little confusedly. What? No, I would just find the most expensive surgeon in the area.
Why is that?
Well, because presumably they are very good at what they do.
And
Yes.
why?
And how does one get good at what they do?
By being talented, of course.
Oh, just talent. If they're just talented before they ever learn about how anything works, they just do it like nothing. They just
A talentless hack will always be a failure, whereas someone with talent can rise above that.
understandable. But even one with talent must practice and expand upon that talent. To sit there lying on your plateau that you started at is nothing. one must always rise. And must do that through experience.
Agril,
Surely the better experience would be to employ me as an officer so that I can experience the job I will be doing.
Well, not everyone starts there. Now, if you experience this, you'll also know how better to handle officer experience. If you don't know how the battlefield works in the first place, the orders will fall flat or they won't be what you expect. They might not work. The tactics will be lacking.
Give me a persuasion roll, Agrotron.
Oh, yeah, 1 dice.
oh
Again.
my god.
Hey, it worked on the last guy.
Don't worry. Flux has something even worse planned.
I swear I expect Flux to just like toss a dud grenade at her.
Do we have
Hey
dud
guys,
grenades?
can I use the 2 glory?
You know what?
This is
Do it.
You know, fuck
sorry?
it.
Do it. Oh, nice! The dice have spoken.
This
You
is where it's
motherfucker.
at, baby.
Alright, 5 successes. She frowns at you for a moment. Well, I don't see what I can learn from being a trooper. I won't be commanding, I won't be making plans, I'll be running and shouting and getting shot at.
Yes, that's true. And here, you'll at least have the opportunity to handle the getting shot at part. To learn how to keep your nerve on the battlefield. And primarily how to shoot your gun well. Which even as an officer, that's a skill you need.
He sniffs a bit and kind of glances away. Well, maybe.
Might I,
We shall see.
might I also add into this, Agril? Though I do think, I think Flux I think Flux had something.
Sergeant
Well-
Major first.
I was going to say, given that there are different skills and abilities that the new troops are bringing in, we should probably test them out to see just how much talent there is. Noelia, Agril, would you be up for some sparring?
Absolutely.
I thought you'd never ask!
And on the topic of making plans, and Flux will just look over at the noble. Started out as a combat engineer. Do what you do well, you'll be making plans. Don't, and you won't.
The mention of testing Bullet raises a curious eyebrow, but you do hear a distinct sound of fuck's sake
Can
from somewhere in the group.
can I attempt an awareness check to
I want to know if Lanewald catches it and what
Yeah.
Lanewald does.
Yeah.
Because Lanewald is currently my pit bull.
No, can I make an awareness check on this as well?
Before it.
I'm gonna wrath that. Yeah, Lanewald.
Lanewald is on it.
Yup. I just got 3.
I love Lanewald.
Lanewald's awesome.
You look around for the culprit, Nualia, but you don't see them before you hear a thwack and ow! As Lanewald takes 2 long steps up behind Brackle and claps her across the back of the head.
I love Lanewald.
Beautiful.
Me too.
Well,
When the sergeant gives you an order, you don't fucking complain.
well,
Brackle kind of scowls and mutters, "Yeah, right, whatever." Another clap across the back of the head. Yeah, whatever, Sergeant. All right. Sorry, Sarge. That's better.
I didn't hear it end.
God bless Lanewald.
Nualia is going to look over to Flux and smile and say, Were you wanting just myself and Agril to spar, or are we accepting volunteers?
Oh no. You'll be sparring with the new people.
Ah, excellent.
I think it would be best, personally, if we had Agril and Lace first. Since we're talking about talent.
Lace pushes himself up from the ground and grins. I like the sound of that.
Flux is gonna pat Agril on the back. We have medics. Enjoy.
Lace holds up a hand and pulls a knife out from under his collar. Are we allowed to use weapons?
Nobody dies? Take it outside. You'll need room.
And no lasting injuries. Don't cut his leg off.
I'm not. Besides, that's the last you get is replaced. It's standard issue.
They will not replace a leg for a training exercise. You have to live with that. As a reminder not to be a dumbass. Trust me, I should know. That's how I lost my eye.
Lace frowns a little, but yeah, grunts. Fine, I'll take what I can get. Pulls the knife out, unsheathes it, pulls another one from his boot. And,
This is out of
steps
character.
aside.
Tear him a fucking new one.
No problem. So yeah, I guess pieces apart. Do we want to roll a combat initiative or just classic players go first?
We'll do a combat initiative since this is one-on-one.
All right. 3.
Very nice.
I need to get my legs replaced with robot legs. That shit ups your agility like mad.
I do remember that. I looked at those recently. I know they help out. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely get the drop on him. Ignore the
Swamp
second
you will
one.
witness.
Yeah.
So how do you square up
Yeah.
as you get outside?
Better than how you kill this guy.
I'm not gonna kill him.
No, I know.
Listen. If he gets a concussion or needs to be sent to the medics and like can't walk for a few days, I'm okay with this.
Well, let's see. I'll do to him as the Space Marine did to me.
Because full disclosure, Flux is going to shoot him the first time he mouths off
We
in
want
the kneecap.
we want very much to show these people that we are good at what we do.
We are good at what we do, and then the second you fall out of line, there's going to be a problem for you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Agatron basically will. How would I explain it? He'll do the same thing that he did with the Space Marine. Actually, he'll get low with his axe, and he's completely prepared to do that same sort of spin to get momentum, smack across the body for him. So basically, low, axe close to the ground, body slightly twisted, right foot ahead, etc., etc.
Dun-na-na-na-na.
I don't get it, but anyway, I'm gonna I'm gonna what? What is it? All out attack? What does that do again? That just adds a
Got 2 dice.
to attack. Cool. Does it add to damage?
Reduces your defense by 2.
Okay, that's fine.
No,
Does,
it doesn't add damage by itself.
Okay, that's cool. So yeah, here we go.
Oh,
I fucking destroyed him.
Woo! Shit!
Right, Hugh, start rewriting the.
Hold on, I'm gonna wrath for more exalted.
Oh my god.
I didn't get him.
Oh, well, 14 fucking successes. Jesus.
Yeah, you definitely hit. You can shift all 3 sixes.
I love
Since
you.
You're going non-lethal. I'm not going to count the crit though.
Okay.
I
That's
feel
probably
like they should
best.
definitely get a head trauma or something.
It'll hurt.
Broken bone, head trauma, some.
He's.
Yeah,
Oh
he
my
just-
god.
Yeah, he just got 12 and I rolled exalted, so it's AP1.
So what do you do?
Basically, he's in that stance. He rushes forward, basically does a feint swing to get him to move, and then he spins whole body back around with the flat right into his fucking sternum.
Is this the base of ball?
It certainly feels like it.
It's a shame I wasn't around for this.
I could have whacked him in the dick, but I thought that's horrible.
I feel like
Stew on
that
the
would
nose.
have been actually quite that would have actually been amusing for this situation. And I think it would have definitely proved the point we're going for.
I don't know. I feel like that would have proved that I'm definitely a fucking dirty fighter, but no, I could take this guy down front facing. Ooh, nice.
Alright, you slam him in the gut, knocking the breath from his lungs as he doubles over. But he pushes himself up and throws himself bodily at you.
Ooh!
I'm gonna need you to give me an opposed strength roll. Alright, yeah.
No.
Macro trauma's half his size.
No
Can
normal
lift him over his head.
He tackles you hard. You slam backwards, but you plant a foot, skidding back a little as he pushes, but he isn't able to unbalance you.
Yeah.
Who is this next to me?
This man.
That is.
Oh, we're actually using the map?
Yes. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
didn't
it's a
notice.
circle.
I've
Yeah,
been
that
like
is,
elsewhere all
Holstein.
session.
That is Holstein.
Yep.
You-
A large, slightly overweight man. Crew cut, black brown hair, patchy stubble. A couple of extra chins.
Nualia is just going to lean over to him, like sideways lean, not looking at him, and just say, "I watched Agril fight one of the Emperor's angels in a sparring match, and he actually managed to cut the angel across the chest."
Teller's raising an eyebrow. Really?
Absolutely. Swear it on my faith that it happened.
Wow. I've never seen an Emperor's Angel before.
They are glorious.
Did he win?
No, immediately knocked out. Which, will say, even Agril was fully expecting that, but it was astounding that he was able to cut one of the Emperor's angels.
Obviously nods vigorously. Very impressive.
Yep.
But yeah, it's Agritrum's turn. As he is currently exhausted. You can see him panting heavily. And while he gave it his all to try and tackle you, you could tell that he wasn't operating at full strength after the winding you gave him.
Yeah. At this point, yeah, Agrotrum is like, I'm sorry. But you're not going to like this, and I'm gonna all-out attack again. 6 wrath to get more.
Oh my god.
Nice. Those
that
exalteds
definitely
are...
hit.
Man.
You can shift 1/6.
Heckle yeah. AP1. This one, it's basically he's on top of me. I push him, and then just kind of with that get the haft and just bonk him on the forehead.
Yeah, you smack him in the forehead with the butt of your axe. There's a loud crack, and his eyes cross, and he slumps to the ground in a heap.
I'll actually like just catch him a little bit so he doesn't. I already did a fucking number on him. I'm not gonna let him smack his head on the ground.
Hagrid just swoops him up, carries him to his bunk.
No, I lay him down. I'm like, all right, who's next?
Nualia is just clapping, and then she'll step out, come pick up Lace and take him to the side and give him a checkup.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a Medicaid roll.
That face when I up and killed him.
Yeah.
You know, it would definitely prove a point.
10.
Yeah, the blow to the gut definitely didn't do any serious harm. Definitely winded him. The smack to the forehead, you check the area, you give it an ever so slight press. You can feel an ever so slight bit of give. There might be a bit of a fracture there.
Hmm. Yep. She'll just.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, no, she's going to say this not necessarily loudly, but definitely so the people immediately around her can hear all of this. Just like, no fractured ribs, definitely a fracture on the skull. That's a nasty hit.
Hey, I said I'm
That's
sorry in
one.
advance.
Oh no, she's saying that just so that like the full effect of you beating the shit out of this man really is
one,
impressed on the
recruit
newbies.
within hearing distance of Nualia takes several steps backwards from the ring.
Now, can anyone tell me what he did wrong?
Well, he was slower than me for starters.
There's silence for a few seconds before Brackle huffs. Fuck's sake, he wasn't paying attention when the fight started.
Hmm?
The squat got the drop on him. It's obvious.
Would you like to take an attempt?
Fuck no.
So you're saying that you couldn't do better?
I'm saying I don't want to get my ribs broken. Whether I could take it don't matter. I don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
This is a
I
smart
see what
choice.
natural skill gets us.
Any takers? Anyone?
If anyone would like an easier fight, I could step out of my power armor.
Ula
it's probably not
takes
easier.
a step forward. And she drops her kit bag on the ground, unzips it, and pulls out a sheathed saber.
Ooh.
Slowly draws it, putting an arm behind her back and dropping into a duelist stance, blade
Fucking
raised.
pawns.
Nualia.
Yep.
Do not use the power sword.
I wasn't going to turn it on. But
I'm not sure I believe you.
okay, I was going to try to intimidate them, but no, I'm not going to use it while it's on. Ruin all my fun, why don't you, Sergeant?
It is my job.
And yeah,
And I've still not forgiven you, so I take great pleasure in it.
yeah, she does frown at that and just doesn't respond. But no, she'll step out of the power armor, which I'm sure leaves her in a very armorless position.
I mean, that's one word for
That's-
completely unclothed.
Yeah, for butt ass naked. Yeah, she will step out of the power armor, take the power sword, and yeah, she will set up to fight with it. Let's
Alright,
see.
give me a combat initiative roll.
I have to ask, are there any other troopers from other squads walking by just seeing Nualia?
After the beating Agrotrom gave Lace, several troopers passing did stop to watch, and now they've gathered closer and have started calling their buddies over.
This is probably the first time that anybody will have seen like Nualia's full body, and they will note that she has a hell of a lot of scars on her body.
Ooh.
Haha.
Alright.
Let me actually step Nualia into the ring.
Ulert is fast, but you are faster.
Give me just a moment because I need to take out my strength bonus on this. I actually am at a disadvantage on this.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh no, I'm only at a disadvantage for damage. That's what it is. Cool, good. Okay. And I do have the bonus to defense. I am at a 4 for this, because parry. Alright.
Yeah.
And while the sword is off, I don't get the AP, correct?
Yep. Or the extra ED. It drops to 1 ED.
To 1 ED. Got it. Thank you. Let's see. I don't think I have Wrathed. So...
You used one.
Did I use
earlier.
one? Okay.
You only used one.
Okay, then I am definitely gonna Wrath that.
Alright.
Okay, 5.
Hey.
5 just hits.
Yeah, I expected she's going to be really good at melee, and her sword is probably also going to have parry.
It does indeed.
Yeah. Let me see.
Oh yeah, I called it correct. We named it correct Maraz. I forgot.
Yep, Karak Maraz, the mountain splitter.
Correct Maraz. Yes.
8 points of damage.
Alright. Yeah, you hit her a glancing blow. She halfway parries the blade, and instead of piercing at the shoulder, you nick her across at the top, splitting the skin and causing blood to run down her arm, but she grits her teeth and raises her own blade.
Let's see.
Good push through.
Is it... if I wanted to attempt to say something and make an intimidation check with that, that would cost me an action, right?
If you wanted to what?
If I wanted to say something, like before my turn ends, if I wanted to say something and make an intimidation check to try and like make it harder for her to hit me, that would cost an action, right?
Yes, that would
Okay.
be an interaction attack.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, she lunges forward.
Nope.
Ooh, meats.
Yep, meets my defense, and I believe players win in a tie.
I forget if it meets.
Defenders win in a tie. but
Defenders. So that would
Yeah.
be me. Okay. Then yeah, she fails to hit me.
Yeah. Alright then. Yeah, you parry her blade in return. The two of you going back and forth, the clash of metal ringing out.
Nice form. Good blocking.
And let's see. I will attempt an intimidation interaction. But I have a question on that. What are the negative or the penalties that I can impose on them.
Hindered or vulnerable.
Okay, hindered is the one that gives them negatives to attack, right?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Then yeah, that is I'm attempting to hinder their attacks. Nawalia is going to say, like while our blades are connected, she's actually going to like hold that for a second, and she's going to say, good sense and natural talent are amazing things, but my specific training lets me know exactly where all of your arteries are, and I don't think you know where mine are.
Go ahead and give me an intimidation roll.
6 with a glory.
Not bad. Yeah, her eyes widen, and she takes a half step back. You see her form slacken a bit. But she grits her teeth and pushes forward, attacking again with her blade. Oh, that's the wrong button.
Oh, only meets again.
Yep,
Oh.
still failed. Is that
Yeah, she lunges,
wait.
seeming to get more desperate and frustrated
Was
as
that
you parry and deflect.
I do have to point out that is without the hindered penalty. Seems like
That
the same
is
amount
true.
of dice. So I don't know how much hindered I would give her if it would, but to be fair to her, I think she should get a reroll.
You have hindered 2, which increases the honor, which increases your defense effectively.
Oh.
In this case, by 2.
Oh, okay. All right, then my apologies.
Yeah,
Okay.
you give
Yeah.
1 point of hindered or vulnerable for each exalted icon you roll on the interaction.
Ah, okay. Then
Wow, you can make shit crazy. Wow.
you can do some really good stuff with interaction stuff. That is the real power of the rogue trader, is you pump your stuff into leadership, intimidation, all that, and you just fuck with the enemy and buff your squad.
Yep.
But
Imagine having public speaking abilities. My rogue trader will have a tambourine.
you pretty much are
And
the
a
bard of the
kazoo.
squad. Yeah, you pretty much are the bard of the squad as the royal trader.
What do I have to do to get a kazoo in the Imperial Guard?
Ask
I
Agile
can't
Trial.
imagine it would be difficult. You could
I
make
want a
something
war
with a
kazoo.
comb and a bit of paper.
Yeah.
Flux is gonna direct the squad with a war kazoo.
I feel like we could definitely get harmonicas. That feels like
Cool,
standard issue
yeah.
at that point.
One
I imagine
harmonica
you could
sounds
probably
pretty
get your
good.
hands on one. I imagine whistles would be able to be requisitioned.
Mhm.
Huh.
Oh yeah.
Like, which kind of-
Absolutely.
the-
But kazoo.
or the
Well, I could probably like.
Not a slide whistle.
Torp in
But
chat.
why not?
Torp in chat. The God Emperor's Kazoo Squadron.
I mean, I could
As for
probably
why
like.
not a lot. As for why not a slide whistle, because the whole point of a whistle on a battlefield is to give orders and instructions over the din of a fuckload of machine guns and artillery going off.
Yeah, but consider this. If you have a slide whistle, you have a greater range of sound with which to give covert orders to your troops.
That's
Hmm.
not how it works, sadly. The lower in tone a sound is, the more likely it is to be drowned out by an explosion.
That is very fair. That's also what gets me like not heard over comms at work.
Is that why the ringing in the ears is so high pitched?
Well, it's because the ringing in your ears is due to damage to your auditory organs.
Yeah, that damage comes more from the loudness and strength of the sound rather than the pitch.
Well, I dig that. I was just wondering
Yeah.
why the sound is that pitch,
Oh yeah.
or why it's perceived as that pitch.
It's mainly just your brain interpreting a bunch of chaotic signals from your ears as a high-pitched ringing sound. More than anything.
I see.
At least as I understand it. I might be mistaken, but that's how it had always been explained to me.
I am gonna make my my attack roll. But,
Yep, go for it.
Let's see.
Yeah, the weird thing with that is like, technically it's a mechanical thing more than an interpretation. Like, there's some interpretation with auditory stuff, but unlike visual or whatever else, it's very much more mechanical structure. So it's pretty interesting that it does tend to go high pitched more than anything else.
Can I take the glory on this?
Yes.
Yes.
It's time for us to go to bed, so yes.
Yeah. All right, good. That should give me just enough.
Is the sleepy time?
So I realized that 5 to 5, it should have gone to the defender last time, so you should actually have hit your first attack. But that does mean that she does barely parry you.
Wait, since when did it stop being in the player's favor?
Defense has never been in the player's favor because it goes both ways.
I think it was more of like opposed checks. The ties go to
opposed
players.
checks go to players. If
Okay.
you tie it,
Okay.
then it's yours. But when it's defense, because defense has to apply fairly equally to give consistency and balance across both sides of the player and NPC divide, it has to be the same rule for both of you, otherwise you could get overpowered.
We
Or we
wouldn't
could-
ever
or we could
want
have-
that.
we could get overpowered very easily if we always won the ties. But yeah.
You can get overpowered very easily if you get a shield.
I mean, this
That
is
is
true.
Shields are fairly broken.
Shields are very broken. What's that? I don't take... I can just roll determination on mortal wounds.
Kira completely broke our game in one of the games because she got a shield.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was horrifying. We all had to, like, be dead for any damage to happen to her.
All right.
Okay.
And you are just barely parried.
No.
And
No.
you parry her easily.
I will nod, and as we parry each other, Noalia will nod and say, "Excellent form." 7.
Yeah, that gets her.
Can I shift 6s?
Yeah, you can shift 1/6.
Okay, I will take that. Ah,
Feels bad.
yeah, just 7 damage.
She's got to be a yielding point now, though.
Yeah, you lunge at her and manage to hit her in the chest with the tip of your blade, but her flak armor takes it as you pull the blow, trying not to run her through. And she grimaces, shifting back, and says, "Thank you. Yours isn't too bad yourself."
Oh yeah, that hits.
Wait, no,
Uh,
it's a hindrance.
not-
So
She's hindered.
Oh,
so
okay, that's right.
you
Then
are
my defense
actually
is 6.
Fine.
Yeah. I wondered how long does that hinder last? Is it...
It's supposed to be 1 round, but since you're fighting one-on-one in a duel, I'm allowing it to carry over for your 2 exalteds.
Oh, okay. Alright. Then thank you. Alright, then...
He was a merciful god.
Alright. 5.
You bat her blade away, and then make your own slash, and she darts aside, your blade glancing off the basket hilt of her saber.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
she finally gets one in.
Yup, by 1.
ooh, the stalemate is broken.
There we go.
10? Okay.
10 damage.
I will definitely roll determination on that. Otherwise, that's 5 wounds.
Yikes.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, Okay, I'll take 4 wounds instead.
2 shock and 4 wounds. She lashes out with a quick thrust that she twists her wrist around at the last moment, turning it into a cut that whips across your thigh, cutting about like an inch deep through the flesh and muscle.
Yeah.
She gives you a cocky grin.
I would like to attempt... If I attempt to do another intimidation, and I give her vulnerable, does that overwrite
Lowers
her...
her defense.
But does it overwrite the hindered?
Well, the hindered would end this turn anyway.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Yet Nualia will grunt and say, "A good blow. That should be one of the first scars that I've ever received in a training exercise, then." Yeah, 4.
Hey, it makes it 1 less. Because it's the exalted, not really the successes.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot they roll resolve against it. Never mind.
Yeah. She kind of frowns a little. You've never been injured in training?
No, all of these scars are from when my monastery was destroyed and I survived.
She looks
Gets
a little wary at that. But she presses forward, attempting another attack.
Yeah, hopefully she doesn't fucking take me out. No,
No.
meats.
That you managed to batter away again.
Yeah, if you get your ass handed to you by this person, I'm never letting you live it down.
Oh no.
Yep.
The only excuse I have is that I don't have the power armor, which is giving me massive bonuses.
That's fair,
But yeah.
but Flux will never let you live it down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dabs and 10 dice to melee.
Oh. Bad roll.
Can I give Nualia my extra wrath because it amuses me?
I'm afraid that's not how Wrath works.
You let us do it for NPCs.
Yeah, because they're NPCs and don't have Wrath of their own.
No.
But she does equally as badly.
Agro
Two of you seem to be getting a bit tired now. Your blows started out with grace and finesse, but back and forthing for about 30-odd seconds of non-stop slashing at each other.
Mm-hmm.
You're starting to get a bit tired, your arm's getting a bit heavy.
Yeah. Agro just turns to whoever he's next to and says, "This is classic stalemate. Not equally skilled. Small hits, but not stopping. It's very weird, I say."
This would be funnier if no one's actually next to Ergotron.
There's a guy next to
Saying it, he's
He's just
leaning
out
back.
there.
He's still watching the thing, so he doesn't notice until he goes to glance at the person that he talked to that it's like a dust bunny.
You're actually standing next to Corporal Kaminsky, Agrotron, the man you met at the doorway when they first arrived.
Hey.
He's got his arms folded, scowling at the display. He shakes his head a little. Disgraceful, if you ask me. Disgrace to the uniform breaking regulations like this.
He's gonna say,
Breaking.
There's regulations about this.
I think it's just the fact that I'm nude while fighting.
Well, no, troopers aren't supposed to fight each other.
Oh, okay.
Not with actual lethal weapons.
Oh, okay.
News to me.
Agrotron just says to the guy, "My friend, you'll find the regulations are more of a hindrance for those who work in our style. Get used to it. Trust me, you'll find it fun eventually."
This is gonna be how I get myself into trouble part 2, isn't it?
Wait until the commissar shows up.
He's the snitch!
Yeah.
I'm gonna get strung up for some shit that I didn't even know was wrong.
Oh,
Another
shit.
good hit.
That's a really good one. Yeah, that beats me by 4.
Flux is just gonna call cheerfully from the side. Do you need to call it out, Nualia?
Let's see. I think even if I roll determination, I can't beat that.
Bullet lunges, the tip of her blade piercing your right shoulder. You feel it graze against the bone before she whips it back quickly, pulling the strike short. And then she twists the blade and presses the tip against your neck. I believe that's my win, sister.
Nualia definitely once again grunts and lets out a very pained groan from the stab, but once being caught, she smiles and holds out her hand in a handshake.
Buddha looks at it a little suspiciously before wiping the blade clean on a cotton handkerchief she pulls out of her pocket, sheathing it, and then taking the hand and giving it a small shake.
Nualia shakes it, pulls her in, elbows her with the or not elbows her, but hits her with the bottom part of the sword.
Oh my god.
The pommel, thank you.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
This is definitely a last attempt. After that, she probably now we've been doing such low cuts, but yeah, she's at 0 wounds, so she probably passes out or something. But yeah, she
You're
attempts.
such a bitch.
I am. She does the attempt while saying, "The battle's not over until your enemy is knocked out."
Oh no, I missed!
Say what, Hugh?
Where are you aiming to hit her?
In the stomach.
No parry.
Alright. I would say
That's
you
true.
Not-
would definitely catch her by surprise. Go ahead and roll me 1 ED and whatever to a base DR of 2 plus your strength for an improvised weapon.
Okay, so roll a d6. 1. My strength without the power armor is 2. So
Alright, so 5 damage.
yeah.
You hit her in the gut firmly. She doubles over, gasping, dropping her sword to the ground, and dropping to a knee.
Nualia is also going to fall with that, though.
Yeah, you thud to the ground. You don't pass out, as neither of you were fighting lethally, but
Yeah.
the two of you lay semi-collapsed on the ground as Bullet gasps for air, and you bleed quite profusely.
Flux is gonna try to Medicae. Cause Nualia deserves
No.
it. This is your punishment for your crimes.
Go ahead and
What,
give me a
my
quick
crimes
initiative
of
roll.
showing the person how to properly fight.
Your crimes for not winning faster.
Man,
I needed the power
I'm-
armor for that.
I'm kind of
Oh,
glad
no.
this fight went to you because I feel like if I
You
absolutely
just see
fucking obliterated her, she'd be really mad at me.
you just see the hazy outline of Flux as they lean over you grinning.
Whatever you do, Flux, it does not help at all.
But it definitely hurts.
Quite probably.
And Flux is grinning the whole time.
But we will leave it there for today. Next week we will return to presumably close out this little sparring match. But yeah, I hope that was enjoyable for all involved.
Mm-hmm.
Meeting
That was
your
fun.
new troopers,
Mhm.
starting to get to know a few of them.
Yeah, that
I
was a
dig
lot of
it.
fun.
I'm curious to know if me beating the ever-living shit out of Lace gave me up in rep or down in rep.
You would definitely have seen several of the newbies kind of either begrudgingly giving you a nod or like laughing or cheering at Lace's misfortune.
I was meaning with Lace, but yes, that's good too.
Well, you'll find out when he wakes up.
I hope this isn't a "you fucking humiliated me, I'm gonna stab you while you sleep, you prick" kind of thing.
I mean, I feel like he can try, but it's not gonna go his way given just how this fight went.
Yeah, basically just feel like.
Well.
That being said, if he does something to endanger the squad, I'm just shooting him.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you everybody for being here. Everybody in chat and everybody in the group. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thank you, Hugh.
Yeet.
Glad to hear it.
Looking forward to the next session and attempting to reconcile with this one.
You're such a bitch. Some
Go
fucking
Gaga.
minister you are.
I am not a minister.
I mean, they kind of operate a ministerial
No.
thing, don't they?
No.
Like, Sisters of Battle
No.
are preachy as fuck.
They're preachy, but they are not ministers. That is
They're
not what
preachy
they
in
are
the
there.
same way that the Spanish conquistadors were preachy.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are there to kill the heretics. That is what they are there for.
Don't they still like hold religious rank?
Yeah.
Yes, they are members of the ecclesiarchy. They're equivalent to like the religious distinction of nuns. They operate their own property. They run their own hierarchy. They have their own ranks, but they are ultimately part of the wider church and pay tithes to it.
To
Other
give
than that, they're pretty much left to their own devices.
to give one example of the type of preachy that the Sisters of Battle, or at least one order of the Sisters of Battle, is, there actually is a Warhammer 40k game where they show up, and you can play as them, and one of the descriptions of one of their territories talks about a message that they send out to the Hive City in the area, where they're like, look, all those who wish to come and confess their sins to us can, and know that they will be cleansed of their sins. By which they mean they're going to burn you in holy fire.
Hee hee.
Tasty.
Yeah. Basically, if you come and confess your sins and confess your heresy to us now, we'll put you to the torch in holy flames so the Emperor can cleanse you.
The Sororitas do give many sermons, it is true, but mostly to other Sororitas.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. I thought they did it to, like, a wider range of people.
No.
Now, the Missionarum's job.
Yeah. That's... There's already the ecclesiarchy priests, and that's really what they're for. Yeah,
The Sororitas are a loophole to an ancient law that says the ecclesiarchy can never hold men under arms.
Yeah. That is one of the reasons they are called the Sisters of Battle.
Wait,
I don't
but,
know, my
it's
favorite
gonna have a
battles
flamer,
bolts
though.
are bitches.
So the ecclesiarchy are allowed to have impromptu militias and independent individuals with their own weapons. They are not allowed to have an organized military force consisting of men. However, the Lord does not say anything about women, because Goj Vandire took over by Goj Vandire took over by instilling rebellion in his homeworld and then turning the entire standing army of the ecclesiarchy against the populace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have to
The
drop you right.
fraternist.
Have a good night, Avery.
See you later, Avery.
I am going to end the stream off as well. But yes, have a good night, Avery. And everybody in
Easier.
chat, thank you and have a good night. Bye-bye. Thank you again, Spatial Anarchy, for the follow. Have a good night.